everyone, John with Fun to Be Free coming to you live from the Magic Kingdom. Let's go! Welcome to the fabulous Walt Disney World Resort here in Central Florida. Hello explorers, like I just said, John with Fun to Be Free coming to you live from the Magic Kingdom. You're gonna wanna stay tuned for the news update today. We'll jump into the chat in just a second and I'll flip the camera so you can take a look what I'm actually viewing directly in front of me. Hold on a second. You're actually looking at Main Street Station and the Walt Disney World Railroad. The train whistle just sounded. In just a few moments, the train will be traversing overhead, coming into the station here near the guest entrance. You can see it now. There it is. While you take a look at this particular locomotive, in this case, it's coming into view. It's the Walter E. Disney. But on with today's video topic. Walt Disney World, Florida, Magic Kingdom Park, rope drop versus early entry tips for families. So stay tuned for that. We're gonna jump into the news in just a second. Hold on a second. I gotta actually check the chat in just a few moments. Let's head through the East Side portal into Town Square. Okay, I'm taking out the bat phone. I'm enabling the wireless feature on it. This will let me send my phone screen to your device at home magically. Give me just a second and I'll be right with you.
Exit right over here.
I'm just checking the camera battery levels and all the settings. Hold on, here we go. We're gonna get on with the chat. Tate MJ10's here. Welcome in and welcome back. Tate MJ10 says, here we go. And Stephen Rocky Singleton, I do believe Stephen Rocky Singleton is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Welcome in. I'm John, nice to meet you. Thank you for being here. Stephen Rocky Singleton says, hello from Wyoming. Oh, all the way from Wyoming, okay. And Chris Shane is here. Welcome back, welcome in. Chris Shane says, good afternoon all. Tate MJ10 says, hi John. Hello, Tate MJ10. Tiki Man fans here as well. Welcome in, welcome back. Good afternoon, John and friends. Like number 5 today, big thumbs up. Lamons Gray's back as well. Welcome in. Lamons Gray says, hello John, Fun to Be Free. Well, hello Lamons Gray. Hold on a second, the chat's jumping. I gotta go back and find my place already. You guys are just frantically typing away already. We just hit go live. Andy, welcome in, welcome back. Says, good afternoon, John. Well, good afternoon, Andy. And Alyssa Steinberg is joining us too. Good afternoon, John. Alyssa Steinberg says, Tiki Man fan says, hello at Alyssa Steinberg. And Andy says, hey there, Chris Shane. And Alyssa Steinberg. Mark F's back. Welcome in. Mark F says, good afternoon, John. Interesting topic today, having early entry Magic Kingdom last week to get some rides in before 9 a.m. Normal entry guests flooded Tron. Oh, you're right, Mark F. Stay tuned. Stephen Rocky Singleton says, fun to be free. Hello. Well, hello, Stephen Rocky Singleton. And Tate MJ10 says, hello, Stephen Rocky Singleton. Okay, let's get on with the actual breaking news. The Dapper Dans are up ahead. I suppose we could take a quick look while I get everything set up, ready to go. The secrets to take a sudden chill. Cruella, like I said, we'll take a quick look. We're actually going to turn around and head into the Emporium. We need to get on with today's topic. I need to go around the horn. Hold on a second. for Cruella de Vil. I'm gonna put my sunglasses on my shirt, but website credit goes to DisneyTouristBlog.com. DisneyTouristBlog.com. Tom Bricker over at DisneyTouristBlog.com does such a great job. But here is the headline: Magic Kingdom rope drop and early entry tips 2025. Morning rides to do and avoid. You can see a photo of the Roy O. Disney bronze statue along with Minnie in Town Square just behind us. We are now in the Emporium. I ducked in here for two reasons: sun and Dapper Dan singing. I cannot compete with the Dapper Dans. I'm not as talented as they am. But here we go. Morning is one of the best times at Magic Kingdom, and a great way to beat crowds at Walt Disney World's busiest park is at opening. This strategy guide for early entry and rope drop shares tips and tricks, prioritizing Tron Light Cycle Run, Seven Doors Mine Train, and Tiana's Bayou Adventure. What time to arrive, where to start, and where to avoid. 4 different step-by-step plans and everything you could do without lightning lanes. Updated March 28th, 2025. So we have a recent update. So it's breaking news. For starters, this is specifically a Magic Kingdom Park opening guide for 2025. It's been rebuilt from the ground up as we've done field testing of new strategies following changes, ride openings, and closures. We have over a dozen step-by-step photo reports of our morning experiences at Magic Kingdom from the last few years, but those are mostly irrelevant for now. Suffice to say, a lot has changed at Magic Kingdom over the last year. This includes the opening of Tiana's Bayou Adventure and Country Bear Musical Jamboree, and year-plus closure of Big Thunder Mountain Railroad in Frontierland, debut a Lightning Lane multi-pass, and rule changes that have made standby lines more faster in the virtual queues for Tron and Tiana's, and lengthy refurbishment of Astro Orbiter. All of this could really complicate a strategy guide for mornings in Magic Kingdom, turning it into a scenario where you're zigzagging around the park, bouncing from one side to the other between early entry and rope drop. And in fact, we have precisely that via our one-day Magic Kingdom itinerary, which offers multiple starting points and alternatives. The step-by-step morning plan here offers even more options, but 2 of them are very straightforward and minimize walking. We're going to reverse our direction. We'll start with words of warning, as these might be important to establish the right mindset. Park opening at Magic Kingdom is like Walt Disney World's morning running of the bulls, except with strollers and, of course, double wides, I'll add. Okay? Oh. That may sound safe and lame to those unfamiliar with Disney's version of the sport. Then again, you're probably never seen a parent on a mission to get to Seven Doors Mine Train while the wait is low pushing a double wide stroller. Oh, there we go. There are a few things I fear more than over-caffeinated and underslept parents pushing one of those battering rams, and a bull isn't one of them. What is rope drop at Magic Kingdom? Here's a photo showing you what essentially it looks like near the Adventureland marquee in the mornings. As usual, we're getting ahead of ourselves before we can discuss rope drop. We need to start with early entry. This used to be known as extra magic hours, but there are some key differences. Early entry is offered at all 4 theme parks every single day, offering 30-minute head start access to certain attractions for guests staying in all Disney resorts and select on-site third-party hotels. Early entry at Magic Kingdom is only available to Tomorrowland and Fantasyland, but not every attraction in both of those lands. Currently, the big exception is Tron Light Cycle Run. Early entry is not available for Frontierland, Liberty Square, or Adventureland. See our guide to early entry at Walt Disney World for more. If you're a Walt Disney World first-timer, you might be wondering what rope drop is. It's simply park opening when the lands and attractions officially open. It's called that because the land entrances from the central plaza around Cinderella Castle are literally roped off the start, and that rope is dropped to begin the running of the strollers. Rope drop is simply the commonly used fan name for official park opening. For practical purposes, there is no regular rope drop for the main entrances to Tomorrowland and Fantasyland, since that already occurred 30 minutes earlier during the start of early entry. But rope drop is more of a colloquialism and verb, so you'll still hear fans say they're going to rope drop Seven Dwarves Mine Train, even though it's not technically accurate. Feel free to correct them. I hear that people love that. Oh boy. Oh man, I wouldn't recommend that. As a matter of fact, when to arrive at Magic Kingdom in the morning? When should you leave your hotel to arrive at Magic Kingdom in the morning is a pretty common question. It depends on your priorities and where you're staying. Do you want to be among the first to ride Seven Dwarfs Mine Train and undertake an efficient touring plan for the day, staying off-site or on-site? Are you just looking to have a cup of coffee, see the welcome show, and soak up the atmosphere of Magic Kingdom, waking up for the morning? If you're staying on-site, we're going to assume you're doing early entry, be at your hotel bus stop or boat launch, monorail station, etc. by around 60 to 75 minutes before early entry begins. Got that? So over an hour. And John with Fun to Be Free would concur, absolutely agree with that statement. You could go earlier if you want to, be at the front of the pack, but our goal is to balance, not deprive you of sleep and shifting your long wait from an actual line to standing in a pack of people waiting for early entry to start. If you're staying off-site, you're aiming for around 30 minutes later for the start of regular rope drop. We'd recommend being inside Magic Kingdom at least 30 minutes in advance. This means you need to account for the time it'll park through security to take from the transportation from the TTC to Magic Kingdom, okay? That's easily another 30 minutes. And yet again, agreed, Tom Bricker knows what he's talking about. Listen to Tom Bricker. That's easily another 30 minutes, and you're also probably better off erring on the side of caution and building yourself a buffer, since all of those times are highly variable. It's better to be early than too late. You could always spend the extra time getting family photos on Main Street. The good news is that the park entrance opens to all guests at the same time, which is usually long before the start of early entry. It varies from day to day, so anyone is free to walk around Main Street, regardless of whether they're staying on-site or off-site. It's the other lands that are roped off. Again, hence the rope drop name. Once inside the park, we like to leisurely stroll up Main Street. Perusing the many gift shops that are open on Main Street without people is a nice experience. Perhaps it's just me, but the crowds in these cramped stores make me feel a bit claustrophobic later in the day. It's also nice to grab a cup of Starbucks coffee from the Main Street Bakery as a pick-me-up. And there is a photo here of the Magic Kingdom morning strategy standing in front of rope drop and near Tomorrowland marquee. The biggest change to the Magic Kingdom morning strategy for 2025 is that you'll now find the largest crowd on the right side of the hub, Central Plaza, at the entranceway to Tomorrowland instead of Fantasyland during early entry. It used to be the case that the split was 90/10 in favor of Fantasyland. Now it's around 75/25 in the favor of Tomorrowland. The difference is that Tron Light Cycle Run dropped its virtual queue, but as noted above, it is not officially open during early entry yet. This is a game changer. It means the vast majority of guests that are no longer heading to Seven Dwarfs Mine Train, so the dreaded SDMT stroller shuffle is no more, or at least not nearly as bad as it once was, and undeserving of dreaded status. It's fair to point out that Seven Dwarfs Mine Train is also no longer the highest average wait time in Magic Kingdom, with that crown now belonging to Tron Light Cycle Run by a fairly wide margin. Here's a photo of course, approaching Tron Light Cycle Run marquee in the morning. However, once again, Tron Light Cycle Run isn't open until official park opening. Despite that, guests are racing there during both early entry and at regular rope drop, with the former basically taking a hurry up and wait approach that tracks on about 30 minutes to their actual wait for Tron Light Cycle Run. To be sure, their wait will be short once the ride opens, and that can happen before official park opening by a few minutes on some days, but it still comes with the opportunity cost of not doing other rides at approximately 30 minutes when most other attractions are near walk-ons, and that's for early entry guests. Regular rope drop guests are all behind the earlier arrivals, making Tron Light Cycle Run the longest line in the park at and in the hour after rope drop. This is documented at length in why you should skip Magic Kingdom's biggest ride during early entry and rope drop. And you can actually see guests in front of the Jungle Cruise there. Then there are all those other closures we mentioned above. So this is where it's going to get interesting for this year. The wild card is with John with Fun to Be Free is saying, Big Thunder Mountain Railroad is down probably until spring break 2026. That's what Tom's thinking now, it looks like. On the plus side, Tiana's Bayou Adventure has ditched its virtual queue and switched to standby, but the ride is still prone to delayed openings and breakdowns. Accordingly, regular rope drop of Frontierland, once a fan favorite, is now more difficult to recommend. On a good day, it can be smart to rope drop this side of the park, but that won't be the case consistently until Big Thunder Mountain Railroad reopens. We much prefer Frontierland as a part of the 1-2 punch, and that won't be an option until sometime in 2026. It's a similar story with Adventureland. Hitting Jungle Cruise early on can be advantageous, but what do you follow up with that? Pirates of the Caribbean has a moderately high average wait time, but it's not enough to consider that a worthy 1-2 punch, especially without a 3 to 4 follow-up. In order to make rope drop, let me start over here, hold on, let me get my bearings. In order to make rope dropping Adventureland and Frontierland worth it as of 2025, you really need to run the table with all of these attractions. It's especially tough for early entry guests who are debating doing a couple of attractions in Tomorrowland and then bouncing to the other side of the park. That's a lot of steps, so be sure it's worth your time. To that end, we recommend keeping a close eye on the My Disney Experience app and making sure Tiana's Bayou Adventure is operational, fully operational, before making the trek back to Frontierland. While it's not strictly necessary, especially with a good plan of attack that makes Lightning Lane multi-pass complementary to this morning strategy, you can make your first selection for Tiana's Bayou Adventure, highly recommended, especially if you're concerned about rolling the dice on breakdowns or Jungle Cruise, and other picks for Pirates of the Caribbean and even Haunted Mansion, in which case remove it from the below. See our top 10 tips and tricks for Lightning Lanes at Walt Disney World in 2025. When approaching mornings at Magic Kingdom, you will have to optimize your first several, ideally 4 to 6 attractions of the day. And once you do that, the easiest and most straightforward starting point becomes clear. Fantasyland. For average guests staying on site taking advantage of early entry, we'd recommend the following step-by-step approach to Fantasyland. Number 1, Seven Dwarfs Mine Train. Number 2, Peter Pan's Flight. Number 3, The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. Number 4, Haunted Mansion. Number 5, It's a Small World. Number 6, Under the Sea, Journey of the Little Mermaid, character meet and greets, optional. For average off-site guests doing regular rope drop, we tweak that slightly. So go through it fast. Peter Pan's Flight, Haunted Mansion, The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, Seven Dwarfs Mine Train, It's a Small World, Under the Sea, Journey of the Little Mermaid, and then finally, character meet and greets, optional. Note that this plan is built for moderate crowd level 5/10 to 7/10 days, but will easily work in lower crowds. Further adjustments will be necessary for high crowd days, such as moving forward the character meet and greets in Fantasyland by a step or 2. Of course, not everyone wants to purchase Lightning Lane Multipass, in which case our rope drop strategy is as follows. Let's go fast. Tiana's Bayou Adventure, check status and pivot to number 2 if it's down. Jungle Cruise, Pirates of the Caribbean, Haunted Mansion, It's a Small World, Peter Pan's Flight, optional. Seven Dwarfs Mine Train, optional. And Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. With regard to the optional headliners, the goal is to hit those in a mid-morning lull after wait times have already spiked and guests start hitting their bulking point on those attractions. Wait times will still be high, but you'll benefit from their trajectory trending downward before lunch. We don't recommend doing both Peter Pan's Flight and Seven Dwarfs Mine Train then. Choose one or the other. Buying a Lightning Lane single pass for the latter can also be a smart approach. For guests who do have early entry, here's how we'd modify. Oh, we jumped. Hold on. Hold on. We gotta go back. So the ads make it jump. I don't actually touch the screen. For guests who do have early entry, here's how we'd modify the above plan of attack. So I'll read it fast, starting with number 1. Seven Dwarfs Mine Train, Peter Pan's Flight, Tiana's Bayou Adventure, check status and pivot to number 4 if it's down. Jungle Cruise, Pirates of the Caribbean, Haunted Mansion, It's a Small World, Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. Basically, the goal here is to knock out the first 2 Fantasyland rides during early entry and then pivot to Frontierland and Adventureland. You might be behind regular rope drop guests at this point, as Seven Dwarfs Mine Train and Peter Pan's Flight will be probably take more than 30 minutes combined, but that's fine. Lines still shouldn't be bad for Tiana's Bayou Adventure, Jungle Cruise, etc. after the first hour of the day. Even if you do purchase Lightning Lane Multipass, the above approaches are efficient options for minimizing wait times while maximizing walking. As someone who doesn't mind backtracking and crisscrossing the park, I tend to favor this approach. For average guests staying on site, taking advantage of early entry, we'd recommend the following step-by-step approach to Tomorrowland. Here we go fast, starting at number 1. Space Mountain, potentially 2 to 3 times, Tron Light Cycle Run, Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger Spin, Tomorrowland Transit Authority People Mover, Tomorrowland Speedway, only if you have kids or poor judgment. Oh, Tom Bricker, on point. For average off-site guests wanting to start in Tomorrowland, here's what we'd recommend. Starting with number 1, real fast, Space Mountain, potentially twice, Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger Spin, Tron Light Cycle Run, Tomorrowland Transit Authority People Mover, Tomorrowland Speedway. You're better off pretending it doesn't exist. That's right, did you hear that? Just forget about it. People Mover has a short line, write it later in the day. There's Tron Light Cycle Run, the marquee. The reason Tron's Light Cycle Run isn't first for early entry is because we view all waiting as equivalent and coming with an opportunity cost, in this case of doing Space Mountain as a walk-on. Then for regular rope drop guests, there's no sense in being right behind the early entry crowd for pretty much the exact reason, the opportunity costs of waiting for Tron while lines are short everywhere else. Instead, take advantage of the mid-morning lull after the posted wait time spikes as the ride processes the first 2 waves of guests. That's the same rationale for moving Seven Dwarfs Mine Train down a few slots on the prior list. The reason Tomorrowland is the plan B or C for early entry and rope drop is quite simply because there are fewer entries on those lists than Fantasyland. If you add up the time saved, you're coming out ahead in Fantasyland. However, the scales can tip if you do Space Mountain multiple times. It's a fun ride to repeat, or if you wouldn't do character meet and greets once those open in Fantasyland. Finally, here's our recommendation for aggressive on-site guests doing early entry and regular rope drop. Excellent. This is probably for Mark F in the chat, so here we go, starting with number 1. Seven Dwarfs Mine Train, Tron Light Cycle Run, Space Mountain, Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger Spin, Tiana's Bayou Adventure, and Jungle Cruise. Okay, there's probably a version of that aggressive plan for off-site guests that starts at Peter Pan's Flight, then bounces over to Tomorrowland for a couple of attractions before Tron Light Cycle Run. However, I haven't tested it, and my strong recommendation to anyone who is truly aggressive about morning touring would be to stay on site. And I concur with that statement from Tom Burker at DisneyTouristBlog.com. Magic Kingdom only offers a slight disadvantage at rope drop. The other 3 parks offer a massive one. It's pretty difficult to be serious about morning strategy at Walt Disney World if you're off-site. You hear that, everybody? Stay on site. If it comes down to cost, stay at one of the value resorts. The perks and transportation more than make up for the added cost. I agree, I concur. John with Fun to Be Free absolutely agrees with that. It's a good value per person. It's either that or buying Lightning Lane Multipass, which pretty much puts you in the same place, if not worse, in terms of cost. ultimately, this is how we'd approach mornings at Magic Kingdom in 2025. Let me find a spot. We got a marching band. Yeah, I'll continue with the news. I know we've presented you with a lot of choose your own adventure options, and that might be overwhelming, but my hope is, hold on. But my hope is the opposite, that it's nice to have multiple options based on your preferences and priorities so you can choose the one that works best for your family. We previously recommended avoiding the Seven Dwarfs Mine Train shuffle and zigzagging when they zag by doing Peter Pan's Flight of Tomorrowland first instead of that kiddie coaster. Now our perspective is similar when it comes to Tron, and the lines for that will only worsen when it's added in early entry. There's also the subjective side of this. Tron Light Cycle Run is much better at night, whereas Seven Dwarfs Mine Train is only slightly better, but the latter is also awesome in the morning, and the sun rises above the Magic Kingdom. An optimal strategy is going to call for doing one of these two at the end of the night, but probably not both. And I'd rather have to be Tron Light Cycle Run. More broadly, I'd also rather enjoy Tomorrowland in its all neon glory once the sun is down. Speaking of the subjective, it's also worth emphasizing that we simply love early mornings in Magic Kingdom, seeing the park wake up for the day, getting photos of an empty Main Street or Cinderella Castle, walking through the Frontier, and when it's devoid of people, that soft morning glow of light. List goes on and on. As we said many times, we'd take the first 2 hours of the morning and the last 2 hours of the evening over the entire stretch between. We really mean that. Not only are lines shorter, earlier and later, but the experience is superior, and this experience of being there, soaking up the atmosphere and marveling at the lavish theme design is precisely what you pay the big bucks to visit Walt Disney World over Six Flags. Sure, rides are fun, and the primary point especially of a guide like this. So, at this point, I do believe that we have pretty much completed the article. Let me take this graphic off the screen, and hold on, I'm going to listen to the announcement.
High School Marching Band. And for the Strongsville, Ohio, the Strongsville High School Marching Band. Please welcome the Lifters and the Strongsville High School Marching Band.
We need to keep the walkway moving! People trying to get through!
We're actually going to head to the opposite side of Main Street, USA. We have a second marching band on the way, I believe. I'm not quite sure their exact proximity or location, but I do believe it's in the Castle Forecourt near the hub. Let me look ahead. I'm surveying the area. Oh, I hear them. Yes, in fact, that is true. It is quite a large band marching down around the hub towards us at the moment. This looks like an excellent spot for us. Nothing beats a marching band, especially when you double it up and you get double the amount that you're expecting. Oh, we are now near the hub. Let's push in. Let's go say hi to Walt and Mickey at the Walt and Mickey Partners statue directly in front of the gorgeous Cinderella Castle. And then we'll head towards Step Off, in other words, near Tiana's Bayou Adventure, for the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade beginning at 3 o'clock Eastern. Stay tuned for that. But while we're here in the area, let's check out this bronze statue. Very popular here, obviously. A lot of people in the area standing in a queue just to get their photo right in front of Walt and Mickey Mouse. Check out this amazing view. What a beautiful day here at the Walt Disney World Resort, specifically the Magic Kingdom today. Let's take a closer look, just briefly, at the golden spires shimmering in the Central Florida sun here at the Magic Kingdom on Cinderella Castle. I'm gonna check the chat. I gotta check all the batteries, the camera levels. Hold on just a second as well. Enjoy the view while we're here. And if you are new to the channel, smash that like button, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell. Let's head towards the castle forecourt for just another brief moment here in front of the castle. And then maybe we'll head up the parade route through Liberty Square. So I want to get back to the chat. I'm stalling here. I'm behind. I'm lagging. Let's get on with it. Do 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 do. Okay, I gotta go find my place in the chat. Hold on. I think we got to like Mark F. and Stephen Rocky Singleton before. I just want to quickly visit Mark F. I want to repeat Mark F. because that's an excellent statement. Mark F. says, "Good afternoon, John. Interesting topic today. Having early entry in Magic Kingdom last week to get some rides in before 9 a.m. Normal entry guests flooded Tron." So there you go. Mark F. concurs, I believe, with Disney tourist blog Tom Bricker, our topic of today's video. Stephen Rocky Singleton says, "Fun to be free. Hello." And I'll repeat this again. Hello, Stephen Rocky Singleton. Thank you for being here. I'm also repeating Tate MJ10. Hello, Stephen Rocky Singleton. And PC Gamerware. We haven't got here yet. Hold on a second. PC Gamerware, welcome and welcome back. Says, "Hey y'all." Welcome back. Stephen Rocky Singleton says, "Ho, ho, ho." And Corey's here. Welcome back, Corey. Welcome in. Says, "Hi, John." Hi, Corey. Andy says, "Hey, PC Gamerware." Tate MJ10 says, "Hi, Corey. Happy that you're here." So am I. PC Gamerware also says, "Hey there, Andy." Tate MJ10 says, "Hi, Andy. Hope that you're here." Andy says, "Hey, Tate MJ10, good to see you." Stephen Rocky Singleton says, "Happy New Year's, everyone." Oh, I wasn't aware it's Happy New Year. Tate MJ10, are you going to do Tron? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Frankenstein, I think most cast members would frown upon that, to bring my camera rig that I call Frankenstein onto Tron. They'll probably say, "Put it in a locker. Exit to your left." No, the cast members are here, are very nice. They have safety policies in place. So I'm not sure that Frankenstein is allowed to ride that attraction. I actually never tried it. Let's continue with the chat though. Zippity Doo Doug says, "Hello, it's fun to be free." Well, welcome in, welcome back. Zippity Doo Doug, Zippity. And Andy says, "Hey there, Zippity Doo Doug, the three-time Timmy Timber Toucher." Oh, welcome back. Welcome back, the three-time Timmy Timber Toucher says, "Hi, John." Hello there. And Zippity Doo Doug says, "Hello at Andy." Tiki Man Fan back in the chat says, "I've already shared this stream and the blog. Great stuff for the family and friends headed down soon." Awesome. Thank you so much, Tiki Man Fan. Glad I can help. Just real quick, John with Fun to Be Free is sharing his decades of experience from visiting the Walt Disney World Resort and decades of experience working as a cast member at the Disneyland Resort in California. So I'm here to help. I'm here to assist families and all their travel needs with their, of course, Disney vacation tips here from Walt Disney World. And Tiki Man Fan says hi at Zippity Doo Doug. Zippity Doo Doug says hello at Tiki Man Fan. Z Free's back. Oh, welcome back. Welcome in, Z Free. Z Free says hello, Tiki Man and Zippity Doo Doug. Tiki Man says hey at Z Free. Zippity Doo Doug says hello at Z Free. Oh, and Timothy's back. All right. Nice to see you back, Timothy. Says hi, fun to be free. Well, hi, Timothy. And Timothy says, do you know if you're going to do the Firehouse or the Festival of Fantasy Parade? I think that would be an excellent idea, Timothy. I would love to. Just keep in mind, bear with me, that it all depends on, of course, guest flow, attendance, crowd levels, essentially if there's operational issues. But yeah, I intend to get over there, Timothy. And Z-Free says, agreed, staying on Disney property is the way to go, a lot less stressful. So I was gonna bring this up, but I'm sure you guys are already talking about it in the chat. I was gonna say, jump into the live chat. In fact, why don't I just pull up the graphic here? Jump into the live chat if you have any other, opinions, offerings, tidbits, experience, other things you've actually brought your family with, other tips and tricks, anything with, an ace up your sleeve, if you will. Jump into the live chat. We could even talk about resorts. What's your favorite resort to stay on property? Because there's definitely many advantages to stay on property for early entry alone. But let's keep going with the chat, because stay tuned for the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade coming up here at 3 o'clock Eastern. But we gotta rocket through this chat. I feel like I'm way behind already. But the three-time Timber Toucher says, love Port Orleans Riverside Resort. Oh yeah, that's a very, very nice property. The three-time Timber Toucher. Z-Free says, Timothy, hi. And Tiki Man Fan says, Port Orleans Riverside is arguably the nicest moderate resort at Walt Disney World. Yeah, it's pretty neat, isn't it, Tiki Man Fan? And of course, I like my French Quarter too. I like French Quarter. It seems to be a little more quiet because there's only the one bus stop and it doesn't have the large loop. So that's an advantage on bus. But Tiki Man Fan, thank you so much for that statement. And Z-Free said, agreed at Tiki Man Fan, Port Orleans French Quarter is my favorite. Ooh, Z-Free. Yeah, I like the French Quarter too, but Riverside is very, very special and nice as well. Let's just say Port Orleans, of course, the French Quarter and Riverside together, they are a very nice options for families if you are considering staying here on property, and definitely if you're looking into the moderate range of the on-site or on-property resort hotels here at Walt Disney World. PC Gamerware says, weather looks perfect. Not bad at all, PC Gamerware. Not bad at all. It's probably, 81 degrees, my guess, and overcast. It's not overly hot, not overly sunny. We got bubbles in the area, lots of bubbles here on the parade route in Frontierland. So very nice day here. Z-Free says, PC Gamerware, hi. And PC Gamerware says, hi, it's Z-Free. Tiki Man Fan says, this is the best version of this song I've ever heard. Oh, he's probably going back to the band, probably as the band was marching, is what I believe Tiki Man Fan is referring to. Tiki Man Fan says, John's vocal cords needed a break. Can you hear it in my voice? Is it strained? Me yelling over, all the attendance, all the background music here at Magic Kingdom. Timothy says, is there a rainy day cavalcade today? Not today. I don't know if it's going to rain, or at least at the moment I don't think it's going to rain, Timothy. But it is a possibility. You just never know here in Central Florida. Oh, and Tiki Man Fan says, and some water. Okay, well, I could go get a drink of water, Tiki Man Fan. Timothy says, have a great afternoon. I'm at Six Flags. Oh, really, Timothy? What Six Flags are you visiting? Hello there. And Tiki Man Fan says, is it raining at Six Flags at Timothy? Or as it looks lovely at Walt Disney World? And Potato Land says, just a quick message to say, I have a magical day and a great big beautiful tomorrow, signing off. Well, it's nice to at least come say hi, Potato Land. It's very nice to have you here. Welcome in, welcome back. Z-Free says, hello at Potato Land. Hey, while we're in the, oh, hello there. While we're here, goes Bill, Tall Tale Inn and Cafe, and we could actually pull a double duty. Hello there, nice to see you. Thanks for making the magic. I want to actually get a drink of water because Tiki Man Fan offered a great suggestion. I could also go up and ask for a cup of cool, refreshing ice water, complimentary, of course. We could try that as well. We just have to stall the pace of the stream for just a few moments. I'm going to turn the camera around and I'll be right with you. Hello there. I'm just looking for 1 cup of ice water if possible, please. In the meantime, let me get back to the chat here. Let me double check the camera levels and the batteries. Hold on a second. Hello. Enjoy views of Pecos. Oh, thank you so much. Take care. Have a great day. Thank you for making the magic. So, mission accomplished. We have success. Tiki Man fan. Yes, you're right. I need a drink of water. I got my cool, refreshing beverage. Now we're headed over to get a replacement fuel rod. Hold on just a second. Bear with me. I'll be right with you. I'm going to place my beverage on top of the machine, and I'm going to remove the actual fuel rod from its home, its holder, and the camera's, you know, bouncing around awkwardly. Let me hit swap here. Okay, we're adjacent to the fuel rod station is the Press Penny Collectibles machine. And you can get a view of the mobile order pickup area that was directly behind me. Now it's in view or ahead of us at the moment. I'm installing the fuel rod back in its home, its holder. I'm checking the camera levels and the batteries on my devices, and we have success. Let me grab my cup of water. Got it. We're back. And I'll check the chat again. Tiki Man fan says, don't forget to hit the thumbs up. Oh, so Tiki Man fan says, oh, you know, smash that like button. And since Tiki Man fan said that, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. We are broadcasting live from the Magic Kingdom. Stay tuned. In just about 17 minutes, we're going to experience the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade, stepping off near Tiana's Bayou Adventure, right up here. Timothy's back in the chat, says, Six Flags, I'm Jackson. Timothy says, it's not raining where he's at. And Tiki Man fan says, streaming, refueling your body, and Frankenstein at the same time. Time checks the multitasking box. Oh boy. And you can hear the whistle from the Walt Disney World Railroad. I imagine the locomotive is most likely the Walter E. Disney that we saw on Main Street Station. However, I cannot confirm that. But let's walk towards Tiana's Bayou Adventure and let's look at the drops going down, the big drop. And then I actually want to go check out the standby wait time for Tiana's Bayou Adventure. But I also want to keep an eye on the clock, the time, because I'd like to get out here for the pre-parade for the actual Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. That's a lot of parades in there. I'll get back to the chat in just a second, but let me get my bearings. Let's get a good shot of the big drop here. We could go down the bayou. But let's get back to Tiki Man fan's last statement. He says, streaming, refueling your body, and Frankenstein at the same time checks the multitasking box. It certainly does, Tiki Man fan. I feel like a one-man band, as I've said before. And Mark F. back in the chat. Mark F. says, want my opinion of how I rope dropped Magic Kingdom last week? Yes, I do, Mark F. You sound like you're a person in the know. You know what you're doing here. I would call you a professional. And of course, Mark F. is a Disney Vacation Club or DVC member. So Mark F. knows a thing or two about the resort, specifically probably early entry and rope drop as well. So I would love to hear your opinion and your experience, Mark F. Timothy also says, have you been to a Six Flags before? Well, yes, Timothy, I've been to many Six Flags parks. This guy, John with Fun to Be Free, likes his roller coasters. I like visiting lots of amusement parks, lots of theme parks, especially here in the United States and internationally as well. Hold on a second, I'm just getting my bearings here. There's people coming at me. Multitasking, checking all the boxes, as Tiki Man fan says. Mark F says Tomorrowland first. Okay, here it goes. Tomorrowland first, 7:45 a.m. Skipping Space Mountain. Walk onto Buzz Lightyear. Walk onto People Mover. And Individual Lightning for Tron, 9 a.m. Walk onto Dumbo. Okay, so that's Mark's F suggestion. It's a slightly different variation from Tom Bricker's, I believe. But Mark F has experience, and so I quickly want to mention that you have to play all this by ear. In other words, you can't stay locked in to Tom Bricker's article because there might be operational issues. And of course, Tom Bricker did have suggestions for operational issues with Tiana's Bayou Adventure, especially in the morning or early morning hours. So you just gotta, adjust, move it around a bit, and so on and so forth. But thank you for sharing, Mark F. Oh, I believe Mark F's back in the chat again. Mark F says, walk onto Ariel or Little Mermaid for teacups, lunch break, 10:45 lightning lane, pool, walk on the carousel, progress, park hop, getting lightning lanes there afternoon, evening. Okay, and then Mark F probably leaves, goes back to his resort hotel, his DVC property, and then comes back, I'm guessing, for the entertainment in the evening or the fireworks. Timothy also says, when did you start live stream? 2 o'clock this afternoon Eastern time, Timothy, 2 o'clock. We're actually looking at the end of the line. Let me actually get a better shot here. The end of the line with the cast member here at Tiana's Bayou Adventure. It is indicating a 60-minute wait. So you can see the extended queue. There's even tape on the ground here. The cast members have applied tape to the concrete, to the paving. Get this person some shoes. We're actually going to head up here and just take a quick look from an aerial vantage point or the upper level. I don't want to go down there because you probably get a better vantage point of seeing all the chaos, all the mess from up here. Plus, I want to go, hello there, nice to see you. Oh, thank you so much. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We're broadcasting live on YouTube right now. The cast members down there are doing a crossover. Like I said, there's so many guests in the area here. So many people in the standby wait time line or queue for Tiana's Bayou Adventure that they have to utilize the temporary crossovers there with the multiple cast members down below. But let's turn around, reverse our direction. Let's actually head towards the parade right now. I really want to capture the pre-parade for Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade coming at, about 12 minutes from now. Stay tuned for that as well. You're watching live streaming coverage from the Magic Kingdom. We're currently in Frontierland. We're near the parade route. We're actually just located adjacent to Tiana's Bayou Adventure. In fact, that upper level, that walkway, that pathway, the midway there, we were just up there taking in views of the big drop. Where you go down, we're actually near the run out now. So once you go down the drop, the logs traverse the run out. That is going to be shown below here in just a few moments. Stand by for that. Timothy says, talk to you tomorrow. Okay, we'll see you then, Timothy. We go live at 2 o'clock daily from the Walt Disney World Resort. So let's get a better shot here. We can see log. Oh, we got lots of people. Lots of people in the logs wearing, oh, ponchos. That's what I was saying. Wearing ponchos. Here we got a log in the run out. Another log quickly approaching. Okay, we're going to turn around and we're going to head over to the opposite side of this pathway so we could look at stunning and gorgeous views of the picturesque backdrop of Cinderella Castle in the... Oh, hold. Take a look. Hold on.
In just a few minutes,
we got the announcement.
Enchanting celebration in the streets. Our Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. And now, please welcome our honorary Grand Marshal celebrating their engagement.
So we got the Grand Marshal pre-parade.
Visiting from Fort Worth, Texas.
Sounds like the Martinez family from Fort Worth, Texas. Let's find or secure our spot for the pre-parade. Oh, and DJ Knight is back. Welcome in, welcome back, DJ Knight. DJ Knight says, I know. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's what I was looking for. Wendell. I was actually looking for Wendell and Shaker. Let's see if we could actually catch up. I assumed they'd be in the area. We located him, but Wendell's, he's headed around the corner. I don't know where he's going. Somewhere down the pathway. We'll see if we can catch up. Oh, Liberty Bell, steam whistle. And Auntie B's back in the chat. Welcome in, welcome back, Auntie B. Auntie B says hi there. And Z-Free says Auntie B, hi with the hand waving. Auntie B says hi, Z-Free. Hello there.
3 o'clock.
Nice to see you.
What's the 3 o'clock parade?
I'm looking for Shaker. I don't know where Shaker. Oh, he's way up here by the Diamond Horseshoe. Near the awning, near the entrance. Up on the steps there. I'm attempting to go say hi to Shaker real fast, but we should turn around. We really need to turn around. We're gonna miss the Festival of Fantasy Parade stepping off over by Tiana's Bay Adventure if we stay too long. Shaker's up there too. See him? Oh, but they're going. Oh, the Liberty Bell. We got the Liberty Bell. We're gonna turn. Let's reverse our direction. So I was attempting to go say hi to Wendell and Shaker. They were in the area, but it appears that the cast members were escorting them backstage. So let's try to get back onto the parade route. Oh, there's the rope there. Cast members put the rope there. This will provide access, no problem. You're watching live streaming coverage from the Magic Kingdom here at the Walt Disney World Resort. In just a few moments, the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade will be stepping off. We're attempting to go locate it. And let me check the chat again. Tiki Man fan back in the chat says, I needed the laptop for other tasks, so you're on the big screen now. Great pick. Oh, awesome. Thank you for the update, Tiki Man fan. We're broadcasting live in 1080p quality. DJ Knight says, brah, B. He says B, B-E-A, probably referring to Auntie B in the chat. Auntie B says, hi, Tiki Man fan. And Tiki Man fan says, that was hilarious at DJ Knight. DJ Knight says, yes, I know. Oh, DJ Knight taking all the credit. Auntie B says, DJ Knight, hello. Okay, so the cast members here want us off the parade route. So let's pause, we'll slowly turn, and we'll walk underneath the patio or the covered shade control area here in Frontierland, directly in front of Pecos Bill. I wouldn't say it's overly crowded, but we are approaching spring break. As I said before, spring has sprung. The attendance here is not that bad. Saturday today is a blockout day for annual pass holders. Not all levels. I haven't actually checked the calendar. I'm not certain if it's the bottom 2 tiers of annual passes are blocked out or just the first tier. I can always pop it up, but either way, generally the Saturdays and Sundays are the blockout dates for the lower tiered annual pass holder levels as well. Let me check the chat again. Tiki Man fan says, you guys, this channel streams in HD, but YouTube rarely gives you the best resolution on the first try. So check that your quality is set at 1080p and be sure the live button is on record with a big thumbs up. Well, thank you so much, Tiki Man fan. Just because he said that, I will also mention, if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. But I'll read that chat again because that is an excellent tip, Tiki Man fan. It says, you guys know this channel streams in HD, but YouTube really gives you the best resolution on the first try. So check that your quality is set at 1080p and be sure the live button is record with a big thumbs up. All right, I do believe we have a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. It's especially Leslie. Hello, welcome in. My name is John with Fun to Be Free. We broadcast live from 2 p.m. daily here at the Walt Disney World Resort. It says hi with a hand. First time here. Oh yeah, welcome, especially Leslie. And Tiki Man Fan says, nice to see you, Les. And especially Leslie says, hiya at Tiki Man Fan. Especially Leslie and Tiki Man Fan may go way back. Z-Free says, hello, especially Leslie. Especially Leslie says, hiya at Z-Free. And especially Leslie says, at Fun to Be Free, you should make a Tiki Man Fan a mod. Well, Tiki Man Fan is probably extremely busy because I believe he is a mod on another channel or a different channel, simultaneously multitasking. Earlier, Tiki Man Fan complimented me, John, with Fun to Be Free, saying that I checked all the boxes for multitasking. But I think Tiki Man Fan has more on his plate than I do at the moment. And Tiki Man Fan says the red button means live, John. Live, yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, live. Got it, Tiki Man Fan. Live. Especially Leslie says, we go way back. Oh, really? Go way back to like Resort TV 1 when they started broadcasting live from the resorts. What was that, like 2018? Way back? Tiki Man Fan says, that's not how that works, Les, but thanks. Especially Leslie, he's the best.
It's gonna come out right here.
Probably referring to Tiki Man Fan, I imagine. I do believe we have less than 1 minute remaining until the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade steps off. In fact, we have a fanfare announcement.
To the Magic Kingdom. You are warmly
parade right now.
To join Mickey Mouse and his Fantasyland friends for a magical celebration in the streets. Dreams will come true, hearts will soar, and you will become a part of the magic. For the time has come to take your places and prepare to welcome the wondrous and wonderful Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade!
dazzling, brilliantly. So away we go. It's a festival of fantasy. That one, following the leader wherever he may go. Just a dilly-dum today. There's a smile in your following the leader. Better times are starting to know. All the joy you'll find when you leave the world behind and make your years alive.
walk around the rope. We're headed, or at least attempting to get on the parade route. M-C-K-E-Y-M-O-U-S-E, Mickey Mouse, Mickey Mouse. Okay, we're gonna take a slight detour, a little detour. Bear with me for just a moment. We need to get a replacement fuel rod here at Pecos Bill. So quick update on the fuel rod. One of the rods is not powering the devices, even though it says or shows 4 green LED indicators. So I'm actually gonna swap it. So in other words, I think it's a little faulty on the fuel rod. So I put it in the machine. Give me a second. We'll be right with you, and as soon as we get the fuel rod, we'll head back out to the parade route. Hold on. We have the fuel rod, and I'm gonna walk fast, and as I'm walking, I'll put the new replacement fuel rod in its holder. We'll get out to the parade route. Stand by. Stand by. We have numerous guests streaming into Pecos Bill, Hotel Inn and Cafe here in Frontierland. We got a double wide rental Disney stroller coming in. We have success. We're almost back on track.
I wasn't seeing it way better.
gonna head through the breezeway into Adventureland. We're gonna take a shortcut. We're gonna attempt to catch up to the opening Beauty and the Beast parade unit somewhere around the hub, hopefully. Depending on how fast I can walk. We'll get there soon. In the meantime, I want to just checking the batteries. Hold on a second. All right, hello everyone, John with Fun to Be Free. We're currently in Adventureland. We're trying to catch up to the opening parade unit, Beauty and the Beast. In the meantime, I wanted to quickly mention, if you're just joining us, today's video topic, if you missed it, once the live stream concludes, if it's not ending now, don't worry, it's not. Once it does conclude later this evening, go back, start the video over. We talk about, of course, rope dropping versus early entry for 2025, of course, tips for families. So check that out. Of course, it's recommended this guy, John, with Fun to Be Free, to stay on site, on property at a Walt Disney World Resort Hotel so you could actually gain early entry. But find out all the details once you start the video over. In the meantime, I'm going to flip the camera. I'm frantically, quickly trying to get to an accelerated rate and pace because I do see the mermaid unit. It's actually in the hub. We are losing ground, so I gotta essentially walk a little faster here. Yeah, there's Beauty and the Beast up there. We gotta get up there. Hold on.
Breaking fingers, you can get me with the dreamers. Like everybody else, I've got a dream. better than any team they got over there. Under the sea, under the sea.
And we have another live streamer. Yeah! Awesome. Oh, there they are. 7 dwarfs. Yeah. Let's go back out. Let's capture Pinocchio. Bubbles! We got bubbles! like we missed finale though. Finale's on the other side of the wall here. Disney. Hold on. Let me get out of the way. There's cast members walking in. Hold on. Lots of people, lots of cast walking around. Hold on. Okay, I think we're all set, ready to go. I love my Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade here in Town Square near Main Street, USA at the Magic Kingdom on this gorgeous day. I gotta check the chat. The chat's been rolling since before we actually started with the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. But let me flip the camera. We gotta head over to Curtain Call Collectibles. Everybody that's previously joined me, you know the story. We gotta keep these the cameras juiced up. Hold on, let me flip the camera. It was a little congested back there. Didn't want to walk into people. I had to move initially because the cast members were bringing the large cart with the stanchions behind me. They didn't want to run me over, so they asked me to move over to the side. So just to recap, we're here in Town Square. We just witnessed, in my opinion, the best daytime parade in the entire world. The Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. And we're actually headed to Curtain Call Collectibles to pick up some replacement fuel rods. Like I previously mentioned, we had to make a quick pit stop for a different replacement fuel rod. The previous fuel rod that we had placed on the camera during the actual step off up by Tiana's Bayou Adventure, it was non-operational, so I did replace that. I'm actually carrying 3 fuel rods. And at that moment, when that non-operational fuel rod, I discovered that, I was a little panicked because I thought, oh, we got to make it to this parade. I don't know what's going to happen. So luckily it ducked in and we got another one. But we are currently near or approaching Curtain Call Collectibles. And let me go and replace at least 2 fuel rods at the moment. I'm hoping there's not a line of people here. Oh, I think we're in luck. So we can double up. I'm going to hit swap here. Hold on. So 1 going in the machine, and then I'm gonna grab another one out of my pockets. Gonna hit swap with this, and we're gonna get this one going. Success. Put it back in my pocket. Success. Let's go. Let's go, as I say in the intros. Okay, let's get back outside. Let's get this show on the road. I gotta check the chat though. Okay, I'm gonna probably repeat a couple of these chats because I gotta get my bearings here until I realize where I was at. Especially Leslie joined us right before the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade began. She says, he's the best, referring to Tiki Man Fan. Yeah, Tiki Man Fan is pretty cool, pretty neat. And Auntie B says, Fun to Be Free channel is so clear. I'm watching it on the big screen TV and it's beautiful. Well, thank you so much for the update, Auntie B. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And PC Gamerware says, amazing parade. I do agree, PC Gamerware. The Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade, like I just said, it's, I think, the best daytime parade in the entire world. Tiki Man Fan says, I normally don't interject unless working, but I just happened to put that comment in as you came in because I was neither live nor at 1080p when I switched it to the TV screen at especially Leslie. No problem, Tiki Man Fan. I appreciate you letting me know. You're always welcome here. I do enjoy when you're here, Tiki Man Fan. In fact, when you're not in the chat, I do miss you. I really like it when you're in the chat. Especially Leslie says, yeah, that happens to me too. Tiki Man Fan says, John does a great job self-modding, as you will soon see to his fastidious attention to chat. He works harder than most and has totally different tech than we're used to seeing. Well, thank you so much, Tiki Man Fan. I do appreciate that. Right up ahead here are the Dapper Dans. Maybe I should pipe down and we could enjoy them for just a few moments, or maybe the entire show. Let's see. But I really got to catch up on the chat. But I do want to enjoy the Dapper Dans, so let's find a good spot. I'm walking right down the middle of Main Street, USA.
I'm walking right down the middle of Main Street, USA. USA is the heart of America, the heartbeat of a holiday. The place was made with a magical plan, and right down the street there is a fantasy land. I'm walking right down the middle of Main Street, USA. I'm walking right down Main Street, USA. It's the heartbeat of a holiday. Just you that big brass band, big fancy land. I'm walking right down the middle of Main Street, USA. USA. We are the Dapper Dans, the finest barbershop quartet in a 2-block radius. Hooray for us. Yeah, and we're here to sing for you. And you're here to listen to us. And we really hope that we finish first. My little Margie, I'm always thinking of you, Margie. I'll tell the world I love you, don't forget your promise to me. I have Margie, baby, you've been my inspiration. Days are never blue. After all is said and done, there's really only one little Margie. Margie, it's you. On her Coney Island, watch where she can play. You can see her on the rock every day. Sunsets all around, the bowls on the ground. Rub-a-dub-a-dub, it lives, rub on the skin she's found. Noodles on her fingers make some noise. They're tossing on the laundry boy. She right through the knees of a brand new pair of BDDs on a Coney Island, watch her run the lane. On her Coney Island, watch her see it play. Take it, see her run the rock every day. Come on, everyone, take it. So that's all around, the bowls on the ground. Rub it up and the little is the whole thing you found. Take it. Noodles on her fingers make some noise. She grabbed you right through the knees, a brand new pair of BBDs on a Coney Island, watch her run the lake. Hey, hey, her Coney Island, watch her run the lake. Papayana,
Yay!
Well, thank you very much, everybody, and thanks to our dancer. You're now an honorary Dapper Dan. There you go. Yeah. Hey, you can have one too. There you go. Extra. I had an extra. If I want to get one free. Well, the Dapper Dans, we're going to continue on with another song. It's actually a romantic tune entitled "'Tis Better to Have Loved a Short Girl Than Never to Have Loved a Tall." Oh, come on, that song will grow on you.
I don't know about that. I think these folks want to hear a country western tune. Yeah. Alright, so we're going to sing my favorite old song. Meet me in the cornfield, honey. I want to kiss you between the ears.
There was so much tension winding up for that one.
Not worth the wait there. You know what? I've got another great staple little country song simply entitled, I Call My Girlfriend Hinges, 'cause she's something to adore.
Oh boy, yeah, let's see. We're a closer and we're not there yet.
Yeah, we have to close. All right, you know what? Hey, I have a great idea.
Yeah?
Grab a note. Hold on.
Let's do that.
Oh, goodbye, my
Coney Island baby.
farewell, my own true love, true love. I'm gonna go away and leave you. Never see you any, never gonna see you any. I'm gonna sail on that ferry boat, never to return again. So goodbye, farewell, and so long forever. Goodbye, my Coney Island. Goodbye, my Coney Island. Goodbye, my Coney Island. We all fall for some girl that dresses me, some girl that's got big feet. We meet her on the street, and we'll join the army of merry boots to the altar, just like living lambs to slaughter when it's over. Oh, we take good bachelor days we then recall. Rich and poor man, dead and deep, doctor, lawyer, merchant, chief. We all are bound for. It's your solo! Your shining moment!
Wow, it's about time. But, what's the first word?
Bomb!
My specialty. Bum, bum, bum,
Goodbye, my Coney Island game.
That's all.
Farewell, my own true love. I'm gonna go away and leave you. Never see you any. Never gonna see you any. I'm gonna sail upon that ferry boat, never to return again. So goodbye, farewell, and so long forever. Goodbye, my Coney Island. Goodbye, my Coney Island. Goodbye, my Coney Island. Bye, my Coney Island.
Yay.
It's a snatch game.
That's right.
All right, you know what? I think we should play the chimes. It's a safer idea.
Yeah, let's do that.
That's right. All right, how about can? Okay.
Somebody want
Hey! All right, I'll take that. How about this? I'm gonna down for Dan and say, hey. You all say what? Let's try it. Hey!
What?
Gaston win at the end of Beauty and the Beast?
What?
The Nobel Prize.
Oh.
It's almost like humor. Almost. Hey!
What?
Why does Goofy wear two pairs of pants when he goes golfing?
Why?
In case he gets a hole in one.
Oh.
Hey! Why did Cinderella get kicked off the soccer team?
Why?
She kept running away from the ball.
Oh.
It's not really a strategy.
Hey! What? What's Captain Hook's favorite breakup line?
What?
It's not you.
It's me.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
Irish eyes are smiling, the truth is like a morning stream. In the lilt of Irish laughter, you can hear the angels sing. Oh, yeah. Hey! What? Where does Buzz Lightyear do his shopping?
Where?
At Bed, Bath, and Beyond!
You are a toy!
When Irish hearts are happy, all the world sings bright and gay. But when Irish eyes are smiling, sure they'll seal your heart.
124-year-old Deacon Organ Time.
As we proudly perform for you all, Rachmaninoff's Prelude in C sharp minor. Oh, we don't know that one, stupid.
So instead, we'd like to perform a song that is indeed a classic.
Right. Very serious.
Sing along.
And it works. La 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 la.
Yeah.
Very dramatic, If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Just check it.
Good.
If you're happy and you know it, lick your nose.
Cricket.
It's fair. I do it a good time.
Yeah. Good job. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it,
Give us $1.
And no more. Nothing, princess?
No. It's like four. They're out of most of them are out of money.
You know what, fellas? They're on this side of the gates. They're all out of money.
That's what it is.
That's what it is. All right, we need to cheer these folks up, and I know just the thing.
What?
Let's sing everyone's favorite song.
Oh, which one is that?
The last one.
Yeah.
He's happy about it. Like they always happy about it. Like, where are all my Disney fans? Disney fans. All right, here's all the If I say supercalifragilistic, you say all right, sing along. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Even though the sound of it is something quite atrocious. If you say it loud enough, you'll always sound precocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Good job.
Now, you all whistle while we all work. Here we go.
It's a small world after all. It's a small world after all. It's a small world after all. It's a small. Who's the leader of the club that's made for you and me?
Everybody!
NYCKEYMOUSC. Hey there, hi there, ho there, you're as welcome as can be.
Anybody?
NYCKEYMOUSC. Mickey Mouse, Mickey Mouse. Forever let us hold our banner high, high. Come along and sing a song and join the tambourine.
Thank you so much. Wow, thank you, everybody. If you've enjoyed us today, we are the Dapper Dans of Main Street. And if you did not enjoy us today, we are the Vienna Boys Choir. Oh, we'll sing you a little song, and it won't be very long. About so long, so long.
I think a large Disney cruise.
Oh, always very enjoyable spotting the Dapper Dans on Main Street. But we are going to turn north, head up Main Street, USA. The Casey Corner Pianist started the set, I believe, at 3:40, about 15 minutes ago. I don't know if they're still there, but I need to get back to the chats. I'm really behind. So let's go back to the last chat that I don't think I covered. Auntie B in the set says, yes, John is the best, referring to, I believe, Tiki Man fan, saying John does a great job self-modding. As you will soon see, his fastidious attention to chat. He works harder than most and has totally different tech than we're used to seeing. Thank you again, Tiki Man fan and Auntie B. Especially Leslie says, I'm excited to see more of the channel. Love how interactive he is with the chat. We got to clear the area, get off Main Street. We're up on the curb because there was a Main Street vehicle coming at us. PC Gamerware says, me too. And Tiki Man fan says, at especially Leslie, if you didn't see him on Pete's show recently, you should look it up. Tiki Man fan is referring to this guy, John with Fun to Be Free, was a guest star on the Pete McDevitt show. It was the Wednesday before last on the Disney Insomniacs. Check that out as well. Shout out to the Pete McDevitt show for having John with Fun to Be Free on. Oh, we have Grayson. Grayson's here. And he's playing a delightful tune.
I mostly do the right side. Oh man, I got kind of a funky right side. Very fast. It starts with this and it's very complicated.
We get an encore. Birthday to you. Excellent. Grayson is such an amazing talent. Let's pull back. I got to get on with the chat. I was thinking about heading to Fantasyland. The reason for a visit into Fantasyland, if you've just joined us for today's video topic, we were talking about, of course, the rope drop versus early entry 2025 strategy for families. In other words, Tom Bricker over at the Disney Tourist Blog is providing tips, some vacation planning tips for rope drop versus early entry here at the Magic Kingdom with the new attraction lineup with the virtual queue ending for Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Of course, the Fantasyland focus has shifted from Fantasyland here in the mornings over to Tomorrowland for Tron Light Cycle Run, since it no longer also has the virtual queue. Instead, the options for Lightning Lane or standby entrance. There's the Mickey's Magical Friendship Fair going on the Castle Forecourt stage at the moment. I'm not going to get too close because it tends to clip the microphone. It's a little loud for us. The audio back here is a little loud, in fact. But I do want to mention, if you've just joined us, once the live stream concludes, it's not ending now, don't worry, but once it does conclude, you could simply go back, start this video over, and you could check out all the tips, all the vacation planning tips in regards to the actual rope drop versus early entry for the 2025 strategy. Tips for families here. Fun to be free. Let me go back to the chat. I was scrolling through the chat, not paying attention to what it's actually saying. I'm attempting to find my place back in the chat. Hold on a second. Especially Leslie's back in the chat. Especially Leslie says, at Tiki Man Fan, I definitely missed it, but we'll go back and watch. Especially Leslie is referring to John with Fun to Be Free was on the Pete McDevitt show, I believe 2 Wednesdays ago. It was actually Disney Insomniacs. So go check that out. Shout out to Pete McDevitt show streaming on YouTube. Especially Leslie says, this beat goes so hard. So I'm not quite sure what she was referring to, but I assume or imagine it has to do with the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. And PC Gamer says, so many memories when I watch these live streams of being there. Yeah, don't you just love that just a random guy walking around with a camera could, muster up all the memories for you, PC Gamer? Tiki Man Fan says, it was 9 days ago, Les. So Tiki Man Fan is referring to when John with Fun to Be Free was on the Pete McDevitt show. You could enjoy views of Cinderella Castle, and Mickey's Magical Friendship Fair is going on right now on the Castle Forecourt stage. Dorina Gibson, oh, welcome back. Welcome in, Dorina Gibson. This is probably all the way back from the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. But Dorina Gibson says, good to see Pinocchio float and Mickey Balloon is back. Oh yeah, because I think the last time Dorina Gibson joined us, it was the day that there was a technical issue or an operational issue with the finale unit. The Mickey Balloon was deflated, and I think Dorina Gibson said, oh, you should take a short, put it up there. So I took video using the bat phone and I put it on the social media. You can see that. Check out my social media on TikTok and Instagram if you're interested in seeing a short for that as well. But the 3-time Timber Toucher says, stroller navigation post-parade should be an Olympic sport. That's right. You're absolutely right. The 3-time Timber Toucher. Tiki Man Fan says, indeed at T6. Oh, that's a good one. T6. I like that. At T6. Let me get a drink of water here. Hold on. I'll be right with you. We are now in the heart of Fantasyland. The reason for my visit, I wanted to essentially just come check out some standby wait times and see if we could provide some additional tips for families in regards to the actual rope drop versus early entry. I could actually pull Tom Bricker's article, DisneyTouristBlog.com, up on the screen, But or I could just walk around and we could look at the wait time signs and I could just chat about my observations. Either way. But I really need to focus on the chat. So I'm thinking at this time I should just walk around. We should look at the standby wait time signs posted at the individual attractions because I really need to catch up on the chat right now. Tiki Man Fan says they have a rope behind the float to keep folks away from that dangerous propeller moving the float forward. Yeah, good one, Tiki Man Fan. Oh, and you can see the queue. It's not too bad right now for the sword in the stone ceremony. So if you're successful, as you know the story, you can pull the sword out of the stone. But there's a Disney Photo Pass photographer here capturing images in time. From this vantage point, we'll take another look on the backside of Cinderella Castle while we're in the area, just for a moment. I actually need to replace my fuel rod. It is depleted. Hold on a second. Taking it out and replacing it now. Over on our right-hand side is the Prince Charming Regal Carousel.
Great, what's next?
Putting the fuel rod back in its holder. Hold on a second. I'll be right with you. All right. Look, we have an extended queue in the area for the Prince Charming Regal Carousel. I wouldn't say I'm shocked to see it, but I didn't expect it to be this lengthy. Wow. That seems pretty long for the carousel right now. There's also an ocean of strollers, a sea of strollers, just behind the carousel as well. But I gotta get back to the chat. I gotta focus on the chat. Especially Leslie says hiya at T6. And Dorina Gibson, Tiki Man Fan says they have a rope behind the float to keep folks away from that dangerous propeller moving and expanding. Yeah. Tiki Man Fan says at Dorina Gibson, we have home videos of us and our small children on the Skyway Gondola in Magic Kingdom. It was our first visit ever, but so scary to watch now. Yeah, isn't that interesting? Tiki Man Fan, I'm actually having a little challenge navigating through the small group of people there. They seem to be looking at Frankenstein in wondering what is this guy doing holding this crazy contraption. Oh boy, the looks I was getting there. I saw, of course, out of my peripheral vision as I'm reading the chat. But I need to go back. Dorina Gibson saying, at Tiki Man Fan, I remember the Skyway gondolas, they didn't seem scary, but then now that looks pretty treacherous being that open, etc. But it was really a cool way to see the park. Yeah, I really like the Skyway gondolas. Absolutely. Traversing from Fantasyland over into Tomorrowland there. And Tiki Man Fan says, the view was awesome and I certainly wasn't scared. Yeah, it was just so relaxing and enjoyable, wasn't it, Tiki Man Fan? It was like a getaway where you could just escape for just a few moments. But we are now here at Peter Pan's Flight and the standby entrance wait time is posted at 50 minutes, so 50 minutes, so quite lengthy, but you know, nothing out of the ordinary. Let's head over in this direction. On the opposite side of the pathway is It's a Small World standby entrance. And it's posted at 30 minutes, so we got 30 minutes for It's a Small World. Dorina Gibson says, what struck me most was the women wearing dresses and heels, the men wearing suits and ties with their kids at an amusement park at Tiki Man Fan. My feet hurt watching them. Yeah, so I imagine Dorina Gibson's making the point that people tended to dress up a little bit more when they visited the Magic Kingdom back then. I don't know exactly what time frame, what era, but it could have been the 70s, possibly 80s Dorina Gibson's referring to. Tiki Man Fan says, that's funny. He also says, I still don't mind heights, but seeing how easily the kiddos could have slipped is what makes me think we were not smart. Yeah, it's a whole different era, Tiki Man Fan, with the safety protocol. And Dorina Gibson says, at Tiki Man Fan, yes, that is how I felt looking at those gondolas. Did my parents even notice? And did they trust me to be good while riding at, 6? LOL. Tiki Man Fan says, exactly. Hold on, the chat jumped. I gotta go back and find my spot. Hold on. Dorina Gibson says, we have an open gondola ride over our zoo I will not ride on. it just feels a bit iffy to me, and I am a grown-up. Darina Gibson also says, that's Janelle, I believe. You're right. We did capture fleeting moments of Disney Parks with Love, Janelle, live streaming from the Magic Kingdom here inside of the Firehouse and also near the Dapper Dans on Main Street as well. Tiki Man Fan says, I don't blame you. He also says, good eye, Darina Gibson. Darina Gibson says, oh, grumpy, being all romantic. LOL, going back to the parade, I imagine. And Charlie Orlando in the chat says, the other live streamer who was in the Firehouse was Janelle. She's from Disney Parks with Love. You're correct, Charlie Orlando. Welcome in. Darina Gibson says, to me it looks like a lot of the float is working that had been frozen before, maybe. And Scary Mary TV's back in the chat. Welcome back, Scary Mary TV. Scary Mary TV says, John, Benny, and Neri are here. Fun to be Free is the best streaming channel. Yay! Subscribe and smash the like button. Hugs to all in the chat. Oh, thank you so much, Neri and Benny, for being here. And I'm actually here. Hold on one second. I'll get back to the chat. I just want to mention, we're now in front of the Haunted Mansion, and the standby entrance wait time sign is posted at 40 minutes. So 40 minutes, that's not too bad. We need to take a look. Even though it looks quite lengthy in the area, the extended queue goes way back here. The sign is posted only at 40 minutes, which is actually a little surprising and shocking to me. But we need to get back to Scary Mary TV. Again, Scary Mary TV says, John, Benny and Neri are here. Fun to be Free is the best streaming channel. Yay! Subscribe and smash the like button. Large, red, oversized hearts. Hugs to all in the chat. Yay! So nice for you to be back, Scary Mary TV, or Neri and Benny. And because she said that, I will pop up the subscribe banner and say, remember to smash that like button, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. So here's what we're dealing with. The Haunted Mansion standby line starts here. But 40 minutes, it looks a little lengthy, but it's not too bad overall if it is indeed only a 40-minute wait. But I want to head back to, or inside Fantasyland. I just came over here because, as everybody knows, I do enjoy the Haunted Mansion. This is my favorite all-time attraction of all time, the Haunted Mansion. Oh, and I need to replace my fuel rod again. So some of these fuel rods are very inconsistent sometimes. But I'm digging around in my pockets for the last one. We're going to have to get a few replacements here in a little bit.
That was a huge
Let me see what I got. Do I have another one? Yes, I have one fresh one left. That's what I thought I had. Hold on a second. So one left, one full one. I'm plugging it in now. Hold on. We got to get back to the chat. Got to get back to the chat. We're so behind on the chat today. Mama Duck, welcome in, welcome back. Mama Duck says, hi Benny and Neri, I agree, John with Fun to be Free is the best streaming channel. Well, thank you so much, Mama Duck. Thank you for being here. And Adrian Carter's back. Welcome back, Adrian Carter. Adrian Carter says hi. Adrian Carter also says good afternoon. Darina Gibson says hi at Adrian Carter. How are you? And we got T6 saying hi, Adrian, and Scary Mary TV. Adrian Carter says hi. And Patricia, welcome back, Patricia. Patricia says, John, hi and everyone. Darina Gibson says hi at Patricia. And Patricia says, hi, Darina Gibson. Tiki Man Fan says, well, of course you do. The Dans are just that, enjoyable, and as long as you're not trying to voice over, it's a no-brainer. Or was I actually trying to out-sing them? Because this guy can't sing. I thought I piped down, but maybe a few lyrics got out, Tiki Man Fan, because I just enjoy the show so much. Let me go back to the chat. It's jumping. Hold on a second. And Kayla Smith, I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to be Free. Kayla Smith says, hey. And since Kayla Smith is a new subscriber, John with Fun to be Free is nice to meet you, Kayla Smith. We go live 2 o'clock daily from the Walt Disney World Resort. And Kayla Smith says, give me a shout out. Shout out to Kayla Smith. Thank you for joining us today. We're broadcasting live from the Magic Kingdom. And Darina Gibson says, at Kayla Smith, John might after the Dapper Dans are finished performing, but hi there. Thank you, Darina Gibson. And Kayla Smith says, shout out. Kayla Smith says, oops, sorry, just saw this. Kayla Smith says, yay, they did so good. They did. The Dapper Dans are so talented, Kayla Smith. Kayla Smith also says, could you go on a ride after this, please? Yeah, I would love to, Kayla Smith. I would love to. We got to get through the chats first. I'm really backed up on the chats right now. Darina Gibson says, why did Goofy wear the same 2 pairs of pants? Bowling? He was hoping for a spare. Dun-dun-dun. Kayla Smith says, LOL. Kayla Smith also says, could you please go on a ride? Yeah, I want to go on a ride too, Kayla Smith. We got to get through the chats, though. We got to get through the chats. Darina Gibson says, where's Tom Hanks when they play this? LOL. I assume Dorina Gibson's is referring to the Dapper Dans when they played maybe a Toy Story reference. Kayla Smith says, "Bouts, hop off if you don't go on a ride like you aren't even doing what Disney's all about." Oh, I want to go on a ride, Kayla Smith. Dorina Gibson says, "At Kayla Smith, have a great day." Kayla Smith said, "Brother." And T6 says, "Well, she was delightful, LOL." Dorina Gibson, at T6, yay, a delight. Tiki Man fan says, "Always a treat to hear Grayson live." You're right, Tiki Man fan. It absolutely is. Just an amazing talent. Unreal how awesome he is tickling the ivories. That's for sure, Tiki Man fan. And Izzy Smith says, "Oh my God, Kayla left." Dorina Gibson says, "At Tiki Man fan, we were just talking about how Grayson is amazing." Izzy Smith, he's amazing. I believe Izzy Smith is a new subscriber too to Fun to Be Free. But the chat's jumping so much, I lost my place. I gotta go back. Hold on.
Like my mom.
Yeah, I think Izzy Smith is a new subscriber. Welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Izzy Smith. We go live at 2 o'clock daily from the Walt Disney World Resort. And Dorina Gibson says, "At Tiki Man fan, we were just talking about how Grayson is amazing." Izzy Smith says, "He's amazing," and Tiki Man fan says, "He's on a roll." At Dorina Gibson. Dorina Gibson says, "Oh yeah, because he was doing the complex piece there, right, Tiki Man fan?" Dorina Gibson says, "At Tiki Man fan, definitely an amazing talent." Izzy Smith says, "Why is there a cage around him?" And Dorina Gibson says, "At Izzy Smith, it helps people, or it keeps people away from him and the piano, etc." Tiki Man fan says, "Because folks crowd too close for him to operate comfortably." At Izzy Smith. Izzy, oh, chat's jumping. Hold on, chat's still jumping. And Izzy Smith says, "Ooh, gotcha." Izzy Smith also says, "What are you doing next?" Oh, we're just milling about. I'm trying to catch up on the chats, Izzy Smith. Thank you for joining us here. We're live streaming from the Magic Kingdom. And Dorina Gibson says, "Carousel is way busier than usual, in my opinion." Yeah, you're right, Dorina Gibson. It's even though I say it's not unusual to see it, it's very unusual, I think, at this time of day to see that. That's more of a morning type extended queue, it seems like. And Dorina Gibson says, "Stroller Flotilla." There's a good one, Dorina Gibson. Stroller Flotilla. I gotta remember that one. That's a good one. Dorina Gibson also says the video was from 1971. Oh, okay. So definitely then, Dorina Gibson. So that video, people definitely dressed up in high heels, probably in their Sunday best, their finest. We are now near the Seven Dwarfs Mine Train. It has a posted standby entrance wait time of 60 minutes. So 60 minutes. There is, I wouldn't call it a heavy lightning lane return, but there are people over on the opposite side returning for their lightning lane arrival windows at the moment.
Just call me when you get done.
Christopher Anna, welcome back. Welcome in, Christopher Anna. Christopher Anna says, "Hey, John, good afternoon. Great stream today." Well, you're welcome. I enjoy bringing you the live streams here from the Walt Disney World Resort, Christopher Anna. And here is a look. Look at, we're spotting the standby line. Look at how long it is. It goes back, back here. Hold on. We'll go back there. Charlie Orlando says, can we get a look at the Frankenstein setup? Maybe in a window reflection? Yeah, Charlie Orlando. I just have to find a mirror or window, and I'll show you what it looks like. So stand by, stay tuned for that. PC Gamerware says, "Where are we headed next? I think it's lunchtime." Oh, PC Gamerware. I had a large lunch before going live. I don't even think I need a snack at the moment. Tate MJ10 said, "You should ride Space Mountain." Oh, Tate MJ10. As it turns out, Space Mountain. Oh, excuse me. Tate MJ10 says, "You should ride Space Mountain." And I was going to say before I had to stop for the gas because they, went in front of me. Space Mountain has a policy that you actually have to have your camera attached to your person, meaning literally, Velcroed, strapped down, screwed on, clipped on, Velcro. Did I say Velcro? So the policy is the camera has to actually be attached. We actually did a live streaming video from Space Mountain where I actually wore a chest harness and I put my action camera on my chest to actually experience that attraction. The standby entrance for the Mad Tea Party right here is 20 minutes, so not unusual, but still not too bad. PC Gamerware says, "Space Mountain sounds fun." And Scary Mary TV says, "Hi, Mama Duck." And PC Gamerware says, "We want a membership option." Oh, you do? hold on, the chat jumped. PC Gamer says, we want a membership option. Well, I'll have to look into that, PC Gamerware. John with Fun to Be Free is only one person, and I'm trying to juggle everything, so I have a lot of things on the plate right now, a lot of upcoming announcements, but the only thing I want to share is I constantly upgrade my camera rig that I call Frankenstein. Currently, I'm calling it Frankenstein Junior. We'll approach a, I guess, a window or a door that with the glass so I can show you a reflection of it, what I'm talking about. Frankenstein Junior I'm holding right now. I'm trying to, at the moment, it's in progress. I'm trying to assemble Frankenstein Senior to bring you even better quality streaming live from the Walt Disney World Resort. And Izzy Smith says, you are so kind for reading all the chats and giving shout outs to your truly such a good YouTuber. Keep up the amazing work. Well, thank you so much, Izzy Smith. I do appreciate that. I'm going to read that again because that means a lot to me. Izzy Smith says, you are so kind for reading all of the chats and giving shout outs to your truly such a good YouTuber. Keep up the amazing work. Awesome. I appreciate that, Izzy Smith. And I have another chat. Hold on. But we're approaching a glass with reflection. So, since I did have a request so you could actually see Frankenstein, I'm going to hold it, to the glass, and you can kind of get an image or a reflection of what it looks like there. So, of course, you're looking at the front of Frankenstein with the two external cameras there. And if I flip the actual camera around, so don't get seasick, now you're looking at the back of Frankenstein. So this is the screen, this is all the chats, these are the multiple screens that I see. I'm looking at 3 screens simultaneously, and they're all on different delays. So there you go. I'm gonna turn the camera around. Again, hold on, don't get seasick. And we are gonna enter Cosmic Rays Starlight Cafe, where we can enjoy sunny eclipse for just a few moments. I need to go to the upper level. We are actually headed to get some replacement fuel rods. I need to keep these cameras powered. In the meantime, enjoy views of sunny eclipse. Briefly, that is, because I have to bring the camera to our forward direction. And I need to go locate the actual fuel rod charging station. It's just up ahead on the opposite side here of Bay 2. Bay 2, of course, is the mobile order pickup area for Cosmic Rays Starlight Cafe. I'm digging around in my pockets. I'm trying to find my spent fuel rods. Hold on a second. We're going to hit swap here. And we're going to pop fuel rod in. So that's number one. Number one fuel rod going in. Okay, we have a replacement there. Okay, in just a second, I'm going to hit swap again. In the meantime, you can see there are a lot of people still, of course, choosing to come up to the registers and pay here at Cosmic Rays Starlight Cafe. Seems like higher than average, slightly, attendance or demand coming to get or buy food, purchase food, I should say, at this quick service retail establishment. So that's fuel rod number 2 going in. There we go, success. Fuel rod number 3 is on the camera rig. I'm going to take it off Frankenstein. And I'll swing back towards sunny eclipse while we actually hit swap here in just a second. Hold on. So I hit swap and I put fuel rod number 3 back in the machine, and I'm actually going to reach down and grab the 2 fuel. Oh, we got 3. Boom, right there. So I'm putting them in my pocket. Hold on a second. And I'm actually going to get a drink of water, I think, real quick. Hold on. All right. So thank you for your patience. Before I get back to the chat, hold on, stand by for that. I am actually taking one of the fuel rods and replacing it back in its holder. Boom, you probably heard it click in. Connect the leads. double check that all my devices are charging, and we do have success. So, on with the show. We're gonna actually go through the double sets of double doors here at Cosmic Ray Starlight Cafe as I actually shuffle items around my cargo shorts pockets. And I have to navigate these steps, and then I'll check the chat again. Oh, hold on a second. Hello there. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We're live. Yeah, we did, huh? Yeah. So, did you guys perform?
Yeah.
So at Disney Springs, how'd it go? Excellent. Good to hear. Was anybody else there to capture? Okay. So what? Can anybody share? Like, was it posted on YouTube, social media? Is there anybody? No, you don't know. Okay. But you guys did good then, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you here just today, and then you go back tomorrow?
We're going to Hollywood.
Oh, you're going to Hollywood. So I can't say for sure, but I'd like to get out to Disney's Hollywood Studios tomorrow, so I may see you there. Yay! But it was nice seeing you. I'm so glad that you guys did well at Disney Springs performing. Take care, have a great day, and if I don't see you again, have a safe trip back home. Bye-bye. Always nice seeing familiar faces. We saw them yesterday. But let's continue. I gotta get back to the chat. And James_Bond007. Welcome back, James_Bond007 says, I just wanted to say much mahalos for your awesome stream as always, John, because I always really appreciate watching them here in Hawaii. Oh, really, Hawaii? And I just wanted to say thank you. Oh, you're welcome, James_Bond007. That means a lot to me. I do very much appreciate that. There's a lot of effort that goes into these live streams, but I'll read that again, because it's very nice, James_Bond007. I just wanted to say much mahalos for your awesome stream as always, John, because I always really appreciate watching them here in Hawaii, and I just wanted to say thank you. Again, you're welcome, James Bond. Hey. Oh, hello there. I was just looking for a drinking fountain here. There we go, I think we're in luck. Oh, I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Is it okay to turn my camera?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
YouTube channel?
Yes, we're streaming live on YouTube right now. And who would I have the pleasure of speaking with?
What's up, man? My name is Jeff McNabb.
Jeff McNabb, where are you from?
New Smyrna Beach, Florida.
All right, so local. Are you an annual pass holder here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you frequent often?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
How often?
We can. Maybe at least once a month or so.
Oh, I see.
Pretty good. Yeah.
Do you just drive down?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever stayed at the resort hotels here on property?
Right now. Well, this weekend we're staying at All-Star Movies.
Oh,
so it's going good.
Yeah, a great value resort.
Yeah.
I especially would recommend it for the families.
Yes, true.
And you would agree.
Yeah.
And how was your experience in the bus?
Awesome. They were on time. The only kind of like little bit of delay would be about maybe 10-15 minutes.
Oh, I wouldn't call that a delay.
Just hanging out and talking with the family.
Because just my opinion, if you're coming to the Magic Kingdom, the way to get here is by bus from the value resorts. It drops you off right here. It's so much easier than driving your own vehicle.
Yeah, but you don't get the feel of the ferry boat, or if you want to ride the monorail.
But
see, being local,
I was gonna say, you could come back. You could just do a monorail stroll when, in the event, you're blocked out from the parks.
Yeah, 100%.
You still get your parking. But yes, so I'm John with Fun to Be Free. If you have your phone with you,
yes,
I have a QR code on my device. It'll take you.
Shoot my.
Bingo, that's me, right there. Oh, hey, subscribe. Well, thank you so much. All right.
You're awesome, brother. How often do you come here?
Daily, broadcasting live. It's starting at 2 o'clock.
You do all 4 or 5 parks?
Yes, sir.
Nice setup, man.
You're welcome.
I envy you.
All
hey,
right.
all you guys out there, come on out. It's a good time.
That's right. Awesome.
Buddy.
Nice talking to you.
Buddy.
Take care. Bye-bye.
See you later.
We just got a new subscriber. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. I just got another quick drink of water. We are now in Tomorrowland. The reason for our visit to Tomorrowland today, as I've said before, is that a double negative? To Tomorrowland? I like saying to Tomorrowland. Tomorrowland, that is. The reason for our visit today, if you're just joining us, we're actually doing essentially somewhat of a comparison video, but it's more like a family tips video. So if you're a family and you're visiting the Magic Kingdom here in 2025, I wanted everybody to be aware, of course, the rope drop versus early entry 2025 tips and strategies. And if you're just joining us right now, once the live stream concludes, once it's over, start the video over. We're not actually ending the live stream now, but start the video over. We go over all the details and tips for whether it be the rope drop or early entry and all the various differences or strategies, if you will, that can save your family lots of time here at the Magic Kingdom. But I need to get back to the chat. Hold on a second. Gotta go find my place in line. James_Bond007, thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Dorina Gibson says, hold on, chat jumping. Mahalo and aloha at James_Bond007. Charlie Orlando says, wow, Frankenstein is a fitting name. You're right, Charlie Orlando. I named it Frankenstein because I essentially brought it back to life. It's stitched together. And like I said, you're currently viewing this live stream on Frankenstein Jr., and I'm assembling a new upgraded version of Frankenstein Sr. Stay tuned for more details as I would when I'm able to share them with you. But a quick update on Frankenstein Sr. I actually purchased a part, and the part didn't work as advertised for my setup. So I actually have to return the part, and it actually caused a little bit of a delay or a hiccup. So I'm exploring a couple of other options, and I actually purchased some additional items, and they are in the mail right now. Mama Duck in the chat says, he's alive! He's alive! That's right. I'm picturing young Frankenstein, of course, Mel Brooks's classic from the 70s. That's what I'm picturing, Mama Duck. When you say, he's alive! He's alive! Izzy Smith says, not the people side eyeing the camera, and especially Leslie. 30 thumbs up or likes to 100. So everybody right now in 3, 2, 1, click the like button. Go! Let's go! Dorina Gibson says, ready, okay, with hands clapping. And Dorina Gibson says, love this Walter White Mickey ear shirt. Amazing, funny, so clever. Yeah, you see, or at least I see a lot of them, Dorina Gibson, the Walter White shirts. Dorina Gibson, of course, is referring to Breaking Bad. It's one of my favorite, I don't know, what do you call Breaking Bad? It's an A&E sitcom? Either way, this series, I should call it a series, Breaking Bad the series. I do like the Breaking Bad series, Dorina Gibson. So yes, I really enjoy Walter White. But there is a 90-minute standby line right now. Queue for Tron Light Cycle Run. Let's go up to the upper level. There it is. Let's go to Tomorrowland. Let's go up to the upper level. Charlie Orlando says, I bet he's fun at parties. Yeah, I bet you're right, Charlie Orlando. Dorina Gibson says, at Charlie Orlando, probably so. We got Tron Light Cycle Run, cycling above. Look at it, I did it again. Light Cycle Run, cycling above. Double up, double pleasure, double the fun. So 90 minutes for Tron Light Cycle Run. So over in this direction is the standby wait times for Tron Light Cycle Run. Okay, Dorina Gibson says Breaking Bad dramedy, and I'll spell it D-R-A-M-E-D-Y. So essentially, it's a drama comedy. That I would agree with. That is the best way that you could describe Breaking Bad in one word. It's a dramedy because it's funny and it's a full-blown drama. Good one, Dorina Gibson. Oh, Dorina Gibson, I'm guessing Reed Gibson's at work today, so busy he can't participate in chat. Here we go. So we'll head over there in just a few moments. I'm actually gonna go get one more drink of water while I'm in the area. These restrooms, you've heard me say it before, I think these are the most expensive restrooms in the world, with the exception being the clone, the counterpart in Shanghai Disneyland. Of course, identical Tron Light Cycle Run at the Shanghai Disneyland Resort. Enjoy views of the canopy. Hold on just a second. I'm hoping there'll be another train launching here shortly so we can capture it. I don't hear it in motion yet. I suppose I could turn the camera to our forward direction of travel so you could actually see the layout of the track heading up into the show building, the gravity box. I'm really waiting for another train. Dorena Gibson says, Reed is working, yes. I really like it when Dorena Gibson and Reed Gibson's in the chat together. I really like that. Oh, here we go, here we go. We have a train approaching quickly. Very cool. And Patricia had to leave, but she came back. Patricia's in the chat again saying, I'm back. Oh, welcome back, Patricia. Dorena Gibson says, hey, I'm Patricia. All right, so I'm gonna pause here for just a second. Over to our left-hand side is the Lightning Lane entrance, followed by the hour-and-a-half standby line or queue for Tron Light Cycle Run. And this is what we're dealing with right now. Here's the exterior queue that extends back towards the canopy. But towering overhead are the white spires of Space Mountain. Look at the gorgeous Central Florida sky in the distance off in the background. Down below is the booster bike. It's a booster bike tester seat. I'll just take a quick look here and then we'll continue walking so you can actually see more of the standby queue here. So 90 minutes for Tron Light Cycle Run. Tron Light Cycle Run is an awesome attraction. John with Fun to Be Free really enjoys going on Tron Light Cycle Run. I just want to share a quick story about it. We actually can't see much of it. In fact, we can't see it at all. But over in this direction and down below is the launch area for Tron. And that's where I want to share the story. So stand by for the story in just a few moments. Let me get out of the loud audio. I'm having a little difficulty competing. In other words, I can't talk loud enough over this background area music track. So once we get away from the canopy, I'll share the story about the launch. You're watching live streaming coverage from the Magic Kingdom here at the Walt Disney World Resort, the most magical place on Earth. We're descending down the ramp underneath the canopy back towards ground level. We should head into the Tomorrowland Launch Depot. I don't really need a replacement fuel rod at the moment, but we could go in there and just go. There's a train. We could go into the Launch Depot and just briefly take a look at the merchandise. We need to walk in that general direction anyways. We have one of two options. Option one would be, of course, to continue walking outside in the pathway. You can see, of course, there's a lot of traffic down there walking to and fro. But since we're in the area, let's just walk through the Tomorrowland Launch Depot and just take some quick look at the Tron merchandise. And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. Okay, so I think I could start sharing the story, or at least I could set it up. So as the story goes, Tron Light Cycle Run, there's a duplicate version with a slightly altered or different name in Shanghai Disneyland. So when Tron was under construction in Shanghai, apparently, as the story goes, The vendor, the fabricator, Vekoma, V-E-K-M-O-A, it's the company who actually manufactured the track, Vekoma. In regards to the linear synchronous motors, or the LSMs, the magnets that launch or propel the train in the launch section, apparently one of the stators, a stator is essentially a fancy word for saying, you know, a magnet, one of the white boxes on the track that propels the train forward effectively through the use of an electromagnet. One of the stators, the actual monitor, when I say monitor, the computer that's attached to the stator was actually firing the LSM backwards. So what actually happened was, since there was a slight error with the LSM launch, or the magnets propelling forward, one of the stators actually fired reverse or backwards, and it created a kick. In other words, the train would launch, and then as soon as the kick would happen, it would launch it faster forward. It would kick it. So it kick it good, as I say. So bottom line of the story is, there was a slight error or malfunction when Vekoma hooked up one of the stators or monitors incorrectly, and it led to the Walt Disney Imagineers loving the kick. In other words, the ever greatly increased acceleration on the launch. So the point of the story is, Shanghai Disneyland, since there was that error in the stator or the monitor and it made the kick in the launch. So in other words, the train, again, I'm going to repeat, it launched pretty fast and then it kicked really fast. They utilized the exact same effect here at the Magic Kingdom. So if you ever experience the attraction, or you may know what I'm talking about, but definitely the next time you go on Tron, feel the launch. It feels like you're launching real smooth, and then it kicks and launches you even faster. It's such an amazing experience to go on that launch. So that was just a quick story here from Tron at the Magic Kingdom. Let me check the chat real quick. Kyle Hess, I believe Kyle Hess is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Kyle Hess says, I dropped a like and subscribe. Well, thank you so much. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Nice to meet you, Kyle Hess. We go live at 2 o'clock daily from the Magic Kingdom as well. And we are broadcasting live from the Magic Kingdom today. Thank you for joining us here.
Let's just give him a minute.
We are now standing in front of Space Mountain with a standby entrance of 50 or 50 minutes posted on the red LED sign above. I wouldn't say this is unusual, but you know, it seems like generally there's not too many people in the extended queue around this time, it seems like, but we are approaching spring break. So let me turn around here. Just got the update with Space Mountain wait time sign. Let's head near the People Mover. We'll go just take a quick look at what the queue looks like around the People Mover area. And I actually wanted to draw your attention over to Joffrey's Revive. Joffrey's Revive offers coffee, espresso, and pastries here in Tomorrowland. This line could get really out of control sometimes. And the reason why I want to say, draw your attention, look at how long it is right now. Look at that. It goes way back to the Galactic Gateway stage here in Tomorrowland. So I would say that's not unusual. It's just an extremely popular location here at Joffrey's Revive. Oh, you can see the People Mover cycling overhead. And as we approach and go underneath the trackway, you could actually get a glimpse of a duck in the pathway. Duck! Duck! No, not you! Duck! The Astro Orbiter flew the coop. It's in rehab. It's missing in action. And here is, I would call, you know, a slightly above average wait for the People Mover. You could see the extended queue sticking out in the area. I'm actually surprised there's not a cast member out here with the end of line wait time sign. Oh, and Dorina Gibson, here is a flotilla of strollers. There's more strollers out here than average. Real quick, I think the attendance is slightly above average right now, at this moment, today, here on Saturday at the Magic Kingdom. There's a lot of strollers in the area. And then Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger Spin up here on the left-hand side. I would say not unusual to have, you know, an extended queue, but they have an extended queue up. You can see the difference. See the white ropes that are essentially temporary, and they have the permanent stainless steel chains on stanchions. So it would be normal here, but that part's extended there. Oh, hello there. Hello. We're streaming live on YouTube. Are you with the school group?
The what?
A school group?
Well, we are kind of.
Okay.
We're in a sorority at Florida State.
Oh, sorority. Oh, very nice. Well, welcome. Welcome. Have a great time. See you soon. Bye-bye. And let me get back to the chat here. Kyle Hess says, you too, I'm down. I am a part of a lot of communities. Well, it's very nice to have you, Kyle Hess. Welcome. Mohamed X says, welcome, Kyle Hess. And Kyle Hess says, you too, I'm down. I'm a part of a lot of communities. So he said that twice. Well, here we are at Buzz Lightyear's Space Ranger Spin with the standby entrance red LEDs posted at 45 minutes. 45 minutes here in Tomorrowland at the moment. Mohamed X says, welcome, Kyle Hess. And Dorina Gibson says, that was just foul. Oh, Dorina Gibson. Wah, 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 ta-ta. Right, we got bubbles in the area, lots of bubbles. Bubbles, bubbles, bubbles. We got a mermaid and a Mickey one. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. All right, over to our left-hand side is the Monsters, Inc. laugh floor. I don't know what's going on, but the doors are closed, so they may be experiencing technical issues. There is more than average cast members that are posted on the exterior marquee of the attraction, so I do believe they are experiencing some technical issues at Monsters, Inc. laugh floor at the moment. But we're going to proceed towards the hub. And as we actually approach the castle forecourt stage, you could see towering overhead is the construction crane that's being utilized for the Big Thunder Mountain Railroad track replacement project. Miracles from molecules. And now, if you're new to the channel, remember to smash that like button, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. But peeking just beyond or behind the trees is Cinderella Castle. You can see the luminous color palette with its blue tile roof and golden spires extending into the central Florida sky. Miracles from molecules. I'm all out of tune, but I love this song, Sherman Brothers song. Oh, it's so good. So good. So we actually have tape on the ground. The cast members do put tape on the ground for guest flow in the area. And this, I believe, this tape on the ground is currently for, or I should say currently, for the upcoming Happily Ever After show this evening here at the Magic Kingdom. They're just getting prepared, getting ready for it. We have Main Street vehicles out. There's the taxi over there near the Crystal Palace. We are approaching the hub with bubbles in the area. We got bubbles, lots of bubbles.
That's what happens when you're not paying attention.
We're actually going to go visit with the Walt and Mickey partner statue, and then we'll take in some more views of Cinderella Castle here at the Magic Kingdom. Hey, while we're here, I just spotted this, but I know it's here. I like saying, oh, I spotted, or spot Mickey and Minnie. There's the plaque below. I'm going to pause here for just a moment. Let's read it. Walt Disney World. This was for the 50th. So Walt Disney World cast members have always been the heart of our magic. These statues of Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse are dedicated to celebrate cast members, past, present, and future. Thank you for making Walt Disney's dream a reality. Dedicated this 15th day of September 2021. So how neat, right? I'll take another quick shot of Mickey and Minnie. There's the Walt and Mickey partner statue over there. And of course, the gorgeous Cinderella Castle. A little overcast here in Central Florida today, but nevertheless, still a beautiful day here. It's always a great day to come to the Magic Kingdom. Whistle while you work, because I'm sure most people in the chat right now are literally working, while this guy, John with Fun to Be Free, is having the time of his life, broadcasting live from the Magic Kingdom. So we're gonna get a better shot of the partner statue here. Hold on a second. What a great photo. Okay, here we go. How neat is this? I'm gonna pause here for just a second, just a moment, and I can even check the chat. Bonnie Slessor says, hi from the United Kingdom. Welcome in, Bonnie Slessor. It's nice to have you here. And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. And don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. But Disney cast crew member Monique is back in the chat. Welcome back, Disney cast crew member Monique says, hey there, pals. And, Jason Andrus is back too. Welcome back, Jason Andrus. Says, my friend is here. So Jason Andrus and I do believe Monique go way back. But Monique also says, I found you, Jason, bestie. Very cool, very cool. So we'll get another shot here of the Walt and Mickey partner statue. How cool, how neat. Here's an even better shot. We can capture the magic. We're slowly gonna turn and point the camera south towards Town Square. That's where we're headed next. I do believe the flag retreat ceremony is going to be coming up at 5 p.m. Eastern in about 9 minutes here. That's where we're headed. What I actually want to do is I want to go towards Casey's Corner, navigate to the interior of the merchandise retail location, and I want to show you again the ongoing progress of the construction in that particular area. So stand by, stay tuned for that. That's where we're going next. But Disney cast crew member Monique says, bless our magical creator. Excellent. That's a good one, Monique. Bless her. Oh, Elijah's back.
Hello.
Oh, Elijah, how are you today? Nice to see you.
Yeah, I saw you and I was like, I gotta go say
Yeah,
hi.
I'm glad you did. I'm glad you stopped me. I didn't see Peter Pan, your grandmother, in the chat today, though.
Chatting with me.
But maybe she's not chatting. If we stand here for a few moments, she might be able to pop up.
Which
Oh, it's here, up here, the top one, top one.
Top one. Okay. No.
Yeah. So real quick, Elijah, I have 2 cameras and I could actually do picture in picture.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, okay, you remember I showed you, we were standing just like right over there, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, what Elijah's looking at is, looks can be deceiving because I have an iPhone with 3 camera lenses, which is not being utilized. But I have a little action camera below the actual camera you're viewing on right now, the Pocket 3, and then the Pocket 3 lens, which is right, my finger's pointing to right there. So it could be very, very deceiving looking at Frankenstein here, right?
Well, I'm starting to get.
You're starting to get it.
I'm starting to figure out where all the cords and all that.
Yeah,
So
he's saying all the cords. I call the cords, the USB-C cables, Squidward. All my camera parts, including cameras and devices, all have names in my head, so I don't forget them.
I want to know what their names are.
Well, here, I'll give you a good one here. Like my microphone is called Mike.
That makes sense.
Frankenstein is the whole unit, you know, this whole thing, but I call him Frank in my head. So then I go, well, okay, I got 2 phones, 2 cameras, Frank and Mike and Squidward.
There you go.
So I don't forget it, because if I forget one piece of the pie, then we can't go live here at the Walt Disney World Resort.
That's so sad.
Because I have to disassemble it for the car. But, oh, Elisha's saying hi again. Let me just check the chat. So I don't think Peter Pan, your grandmother, is in the chat. But Monique here, Disney cast crew member Monique says, oh, Pio, hold on, it just popped up. Peter Pan's in the chat. Hey! Okay, here, I'm gonna turn the camera around and I'm gonna flip it. Hold on, okay. Okay, here we go. I'll show you right where we go. Hold on. Let me get a better shot of us first. I gotta go back. There we go. Peter Pan. Hi, Elijah. There we go. So this is a first for John with Fun to Be Free with Peter Pan, Elijah's grandmother, chatting live.
My grandpa.
Oh, grandfather.
Yep.
Oh, excuse
Yep.
me. Grandfather Peter Pan.
Yep.
Grandfather, excuse me. So Elijah's grandfather, Peter Pan, in the chat, going back and forth right now. So what would Elijah like to say to his grandfather, Peter Pan?
Say hello to everyone at home.
Excellent.
Hi, Mommy. Hi, Daddy. Hi, Opie. Hi, Zaya.
That's excellent. Awesome. Nice to see you, Elijah. We got to go down for the flag retreat ceremony, but we'll catch you probably down there, right?
I'm actually.
Oh, okay. So, but we'll see you tomorrow, maybe.
More than likely, yeah.
Okay. Take care. Have a great day.
You too.
Okay, it's very nice, very cool. Isn't that just the neatest thing that Elijah's grandfather, Peter Pan, could actually say hi live as Elijah is working on the clock here at the Magic Kingdom? But let me flip the camera. We got to head down quickly towards Town Square, and I want to actually go through the merchandise location to show you what I wanted to show you. But in the meantime, oh, look. We have Grayson tickling the ivories. I don't know if we're gonna have time because I really got to get down to Town Square. But enjoy just a few moments of this. And I'll check the chat. And Disney cast crew member Monique says, hi there, Elijah. And Disney cast crew member Monique says, thanks for making magic for us. And Jason Andrews says, I just woke up from my nap. Oh, you get to take a nap, Jason Andrews? And Monique says, same. Peter Pan says, glad to see you. Oh, we missed that one. It just popped up, Peter Pan. Disney cast crew member Monique says, very lucky, very lucky. It's very cool that we get to experience this magic. Oh, we got Bubbles. Monique saying Bubbles. Mama Duck says, so cute, so cute. And Tate MJ10 says, hi, Peter Pan. Okay, we are now on the west side of Main Street, USA, and I wanted to show you. Take note, this is existing tile work below, but it's going to transition with this brown ribbon, and then we go into new flooring, new tile work here, along with new displays. Hold on a second, I go navigate around the small gathering of people. And they essentially opened this area for better guest flow. So this area was a phase 1, and then over there was a phase 2. This is currently phase 3, so it's a phase construction. But long story short, they're replacing all of the interiors here in this merchandise location on Main Street, USA. But we need to quickly proceed back outside and go down towards Town Square, because we just have a few minutes until the flag retreat ceremony happens here at the Magic Kingdom. In other words, it's almost 5 o'clock. You can actually see the clock just up ahead here. It actually looks a little slow on the minute hand. My clock, my watch, is probably going to tick over to 4:57. And I may have already said it, but Tate MJ10 says, hey, it's Jason Andrus. And Jason Andrus says, hi, Tate. Disney cast crew member Monique says, I found out I am going on a Disney cruise in August. What a coincidence. Am I right?
We need food.
Well, that's cool that you get to go on the Disney cruise, Monique. Let me navigate around the small gathering of guests. We can see the security personnel. They're gathered at their positions, posted at their spots for the ceremony that's upcoming in just a few. Oh, there we go.
To Main Street, USA. In just a few minutes, we invite you to join us in Town Square for our flag retreat ceremony. Once again, this Magic Kingdom tradition will begin in just a few moments.
Okay, we're looking, of course, west towards the backstage gate. That's where the Dapper Dans and possibly the Main Street Philharmonic will come marching out of those doors there. I'm actually going to replace the fuel rod while we're waiting. Hold on a second. One of the fuel rods has been depleted. There's a fresh one going in Frankenstein's holder right now. And I think we have success on the actual battery charging of the various devices. Jason Andrus in the chat says, can I come with you? And Disney cast crew member Monique says, oh wow, gee, when I go live, yes, Jason, LOL, I won't mind. Oh, Monique's gonna go live streaming on YouTube, Monique? When she's on the cruise? See, I'm just checking the time here. We're probably about 1 minute away, but in the meantime, let's just take a look down south and see the security personnel posted in their positions. There is the flag gently waving in the wind. I'll come back down to ground level. I'll check the chat maybe one last time here. Disney cast crew member Monique says, you'll be totally glad to relax with that. It's a long, long way to Temporary. Disney cast crew member Monique says, exactly. In just a few moments, the Dapper Dans will proceed through those large backstage greenish colored gates. We have a small gathering of cast members here in Town Square to assist with guest control during the guest flow. Oh, here we go.
We are pleased and proud to welcome you to today's flag retreat ceremony here in Town Square. Our Town Square flag retreat ceremony is one of our original Magic Kingdom traditions. We are honored that you have taken time from your day to become part of this tradition with us.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now, our national anthem. Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we led at the twilight's last gleamings, brought stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly strewn, and the rockets rattling, guns bursting, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free, and the home of the Please join us in singing God Bless America. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside you, mankind, leave behind it the light from above, from the mountains to the valley, to the ocean, wide and long. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America. God bless America. God
privilege of being joined by a very special Armed Forces Honored Representative. Please join us in welcoming today's Armed Forces Honored Representative from the United States Air Force, E-7 Master Sergeant Glenn Hoffland, by Panama City, Florida. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. Hello. Hello again. All right, we are headed north up Main Street, USA, towards the hub. And I'm thinking now we should head over into Liberty Square. And Liberty Square is the parade route that leads to Frontierland. Stepping off in approximately 1 minute is the Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade near Tiana's Bayou Adventure. So we're gonna head towards the parade route so we could experience a wonderful cavalcade here at the Magic Kingdom. So we got to experience the Disney Festival of Fantasy parade earlier. So we get to experience the cavalcade coming up. Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade. Stay tuned for that in just a few minutes here. So as soon as we could head over to Frontierland and the parade route, we'll be able to spot the actual cavalcade coming down the parade route. In the meantime, let me get back to the chat here. Oh, we got bubbles in the area. I was gonna head over in this direction, but they have roped it off. I'm not quite certain the reason for the guest flow with the rope. But in the meantime, I'm attempting to check the chat. So during the flag retreat ceremony, Disney cast crew member Monique placed the Pledge of Allegiance into the chat. Thank you for that. And Disney cast crew member Monique says, that's right, with the big American flag icon. And T6, or the three-time Timber Toucher, says, I was chosen to participate in the flag retreat last time I visited. Definitely my favorite tradition that Disney does. That is so cool, the three-time Timber Toucher. Do you want to share more about your experience? Like, how were you selected? Where were you? What time of the day was it? Who were you with? You know, I'm trying to cover all the questions so we don't have to keep going back and forth, but I really am interested. I really want to know more about that experience, the three-time Timber Toucher. Please share, please share. And Disney cast crew member Monique said, thanks for your service, Timmy and Glenn Hopland. Yes, thank you for your service. The three-time Timber Toucher, or T6. I should just call you T6 from now. I like T6. It's almost like T2. T2. Disney cast crew member Monique says, thanks for your service, Timmy and Glenn Hopland. And Jason Andrews says, I keep thinking about my grandpa. Disney cast crew member Monique says, same for my grandpa Ted, who is also a veteran. So thank you for your service to both grandfathers as well. And this time in the chat, this time says, hey Monique. Welcome in this time. And if you are a new subscriber, remember to smash that like button, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. But welcome this time. Disney cast crew member Monique says, good afternoon, DIS or DIS. Jason Andrews says, is it okay to feel sad? I don't know. This time says, hey everyone. Welcome in this time. I believe the cast members want us off the parade route, so we're going to navigate off on the, I should say, on the opposite side, the far side of the yellow tape line. And Disney cast crew member Monique says, we all have those moments, Jason. And T6 says, of course, Jason. Jason Andrews says, can I have a hug, please? Virtually, Jason. Mama Doc says, beautiful, thank you for your service. God bless America, with a flag icon. Thank you, Mama Doc. Disney cast crew member Monique says, big hug. We have the Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade. You could probably hear the parade audio. I am searching for a good spot for it. We're going to proceed ahead. Let's go down. I'm enjoying this kicking cavalcade. Vamos, vamos. See the world tonight. Vamos, vamos. Vamos. Yeah, we got Elijah. We got Elijah. Hey! Yay! Join this kicking cavalcade. Okay, we're attempting to catch up to the Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade. The opening unit approaching Main Street, USA, coming out of the hub. I think we're gonna have success.
I know, but still.
up. A little congested down here. We're attempting to get up to the gate. First step down. Let's go. Let's keep moving now. Come join this celebration. Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade here in Town Square near Main Street, USA at the Magic Kingdom on this beautiful day here. Oh man, such a good cavalcade. I just wanted to thank you all for joining me today. We're not ending. Don't worry, the live stream keeps on rolling. We're gonna truck north. We're gonna head towards Casey's Corner. I do believe the Casey's Corner pianist is about to perform. We previously saw Grayson tickling the ivories on the piano. I don't know if Grayson's still here, but he might just be. We might be in luck. So stay tuned for that once we get up here to the end of Main Street. But I'm gonna check the chats, flip the camera. We eventually gotta get some fuel rods, but I think I have one more fresh one in my pocket. But we gotta get over to the Casey's Corner pianist, possibly Grayson. Hold on, stand by. Oh, we got lots of wind whipping, of course, north up Main Street. Look at the outdoor vending balloons. They're blowing, practically blowing away. I'm checking the camera levels, checking the batteries. Hold on. Like I said, I got to get back to the chat. Hold on a second. If you're new to the channel, remember to smash that like button, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring the notification bell as well. We are broadcasting live from the Magic Kingdom. If you're looking north here, you could see the beautiful, the gorgeous Cinderella Castle off in the distance of the picturesque backdrop with its golden spires extending into the Florida sky. I gotta get back to the chat though. I gotta get back to the chat. John, you're ignoring everybody in the chat. Come on, dude, get with the program here. Disney cast crew member Monique says, "Oh, good, Jason, let's celebrate along with the cavalcade." That's right. I love me some cavalcade. Jason Andrus says, "Okay, that's the spirit, Jason Andrus." And T6, or the three-time Timmy Timber Toucher, says, "As soon as the park opens, they have cast members scouting. I struck up a conversation with a cast member and had on a veteran shirt and my 75th Ranger hat." That is very cool, T6. Thank you for sharing. It's a very touching story. I'm glad you did. Disney cast crew member Monique says, "Wow, awesome, Timmy." I agree. That is a cool, really neat story. And T6 back at the chat says, "They have stars and stripes cast members roaming about during early entry rope drop." Yeah. All right, T6, again, thanks for sharing. And since this video is on rope drop or early entry here at the Magic Kingdom for vacation planning tips for families, once the live stream is over, we're not ending now, but start this video over. We go over all the details, all the tips, all the strategies. So check, oh, hello there, nice to see you.
That's a cool setup.
Oh, thank you. Would you like to inquire more? We're streaming live on YouTube right now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I have an
Here.
action. I haven't seen. Oh, you have action too?
Yeah, I do. Hold on. Like, come over here. Let me get out of the sun. Okay, so I'm going to flip the camera. So for everybody in the chat, who do I have the pleasure of speaking with?
Mike and Abby.
Mike and Abby, nice to see you. Thank you for stopping me. They were inquiring about my camera setup here. I call it Frankenstein.
It looks like a project, yeah.
Because it's stitched
That's
together.
That's not a DJI product, is it? All that stuff?
Well, I'll show you in just a moment here.
Okay.
Hold on, real quick. So before we start, where are you from?
Indiana.
Indiana. So do you get to the Walt Disney World Resort often?
Once a year.
Once a year. Do you stay on property?
We have the last couple times.
Okay. Do you like the values, the moderates, the deluxes? Do you have a preference?
We've done Pop Century and we're at Coronado Springs.
Okay.
So this time.
Coronado Springs is an excellent resort. It is so beautiful and gorgeous. Are you staying in the Destino Tower by any chance?
No.
Oh, you didn't have
the ranchos.
Oh, the ranchos are cool all the way in the back. Very cool theme. Okay, but let's get back to Frankenstein. I'm John with Fun to Be Free, by the way. Hold on.
Cool.
Oh, but real quick. Pocket 3 we're viewing on now. And there's an Action 4 here.
Yeah.
Okay. If I hit picture in picture, in just a moment with the delay, we're going to be on the little tiny screen here.
Okay.
And then you can look forward. So you can look forward and backwards at the same time. All custom, and it's streaming wireless RTMP from your Action 4, like you said, right? So you have the Action 4, right?
Cool.
And then the Pocket 3. But everything's custom.
Okay.
So all the parts you could purchase online. But this is an iPhone running a streaming app. So bottom line, wireless from the cameras to the phone, wireless from the phone over to a server to my PC off the YouTube.
Okay, and then you get the battery. That's awesome.
And there's a fuel rod here that you can purchase in the parks here.
Cool.
And then if you want to look at the streaming quality, it's 1080p. You could take a photo with your phone.
Okay.
And if you pop it up fast enough, you could see yourself live on YouTube right now. I actually came over here so we could enjoy Grayson here at the piano.
That's awesome.
Do you have any other questions before we go?
No, that's awesome.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Enjoy your stay. Nice to see you. Thanks for stopping me. Take care. Have a great day. Bye-bye. So it's always nice chatting with new people. But let's flip the camera. Let's enjoy Grayson tickling the ivories on the piano. Hold on. Ragtime. Awesome.
It wasn't very good and I was very tired.
Let it go, I think, is coming.
Can you take any flash?
I think we're going to hear Spectral Magic. Oh, nice. Baroque hoedown. Oh. actual magic. Shimmering. Da, 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 da. Amazing. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I got it. I got it. I'm trading up my slime.
So good. Yeah. Oh, we got Fantasmic. So good. Oh, so good. Oh, so good. Okay, we're gonna slowly turn around. What I need to do is get 3, count them, 3 replacement fuel rods. I'm thinking we're gonna head over to the Adventureland Breezeway to replace 3 fuel rods. In the meantime, let me check the chat. Let me get to it. Grayson is such an amazing talent. This time's back in the chat. This time says, we plan on being there Monday morning. Oh, this time, you're coming to the Walt Disney World Resort. Do you have reservations for the Magic Kingdom on Monday morning? This time says, join us. Oh, this time, John with Fun to Be Free would love to join you. However, I don't know where I'll be on Monday morning. Probably at home. We go live at 2 o'clock. If you're here at, say, 2 o'clock, maybe that'll work out this time. You just never know. Disney cast crew member Monique says, of course. And PC Gamerware is back in the chat. PC Gamerware says Toy Story, and probably referring to the Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade. We're a little backed up on the chats. Disney cast crew member Monique says, hi PC. PC Gamer says, hey, Disney cast crew member Monique. Jason Andrea says, make sure I don't get lost. Disney cast crew member Monique says, we're with you, Jason. And T6 says, John, do you think Disney will ever bring Atlantis or Treasure Planet to the Disney parks? Treasure Planet is one of my favorite Disney movies, and it doesn't get enough credit. Oh, I think you're right, T6. So in my opinion, John with Fun to Be Free, even though those movies or those motion pictures, those films are treasured, essentially what I'm trying to say is they're gems, and people tend to gravitate them. They have a cult following, if you will. But in my opinion, since it's been a while, many years since its release, I don't think we're going to see much merchandise or any, park synergy, meaning bringing Atlantis or Treasure Island to the parks. But I did want to share real quick. Back in 1997, if I remember correctly, at the Disneyland Resort in Anaheim, California, in Disneyland, inside Tomorrowland, at the old or existing submarine lagoon, Tony Baxter, with the help of Walt Disney Imagineering, was actually doing a mock-up. So they created a large tent over the submarine lagoon load area, meaning the subs were docked, and they put a mock-up tent in there, and they were mocking up show effects, show scenes for Atlantis. They were actually looking at bringing an overlay to the submarine lagoon at Disneyland in California, themed to Atlantis, but the project fizzled out. I heard the rumor was they just pulled the budget, the money, they pulled it back, they scaled it back, and then at that point it was no more. And then they never installed any layovers for Atlantis or Treasure Planet, as it turns out. But that's a good idea, the 3-time timber toucher. T6, that's a great idea. It's just, at this point, I don't think we're going to see much from Atlantis or Treasure Island. While we're here in the area, I'd like to get a drink of water. You can enjoy views over in this direction. Hold on a second. Yeah, let me turn around. Let's see here. I need to head over to the fuel rod dispensing station. I need to unplug the actual cables and take the fuel rod out of its holder at home, put it in the machine there. So that's fuel rod number 1. And then I'm digging around in my pockets. Hold on a second. So we got success with fuel rod 1. You're looking at views, of course, in the breezeway, approaching or viewing towards Frontierland. Hold on. I'd like to say I'll check the chat, but I really can't check the chat right now. The way the camera's oriented and fuel rod's in my hands, I just don't have the available digits to move the actual screen. But fuel rod number 2 is going into the portable charger station here in the breezeway. I'm digging around. Oh, we got more fuel rods coming. Okay, hold on a second. Now, in front of us is the Island Supply by Sunglass Hut. You could get a quick view if you choose to purchase or browse for, of course, sunglasses. Hold on. It says checking machine set as swap. So we're swapping. This is our 3rd fuel rod going in the machine. This machine is quite hungry. It just ate the fuel rod where it says swap here. And then down below, we're going to hear the satisfying sound here. And ka-clunk. There we go. Success. We have 3 fuel rods now. Let me put them in my pocket. We're going to proceed into Frontierland. I'm looking at the time. We have about, I'm hoping 6 minutes is our deadline, because I was hoping to board the Liberty Bell. You can see it off in the distance there, docked with multiple passengers on all 3 levels, but it appears the Texas deck at the top has the most passengers. Secure all cargo. Yeah, we're headed there now. Hopefully the cast member doesn't rope us out, because the other day we were just approaching and they just happened to put up the big blue rope right in front of us. And I went, oh no! We booked it all the way from Town Square. But let me check the chat in a few moments here. I need to put the fuel rod back on Frankenstein. Hold on. We need to keep these camera batteries charged. So the fuel rod's in its holder, and it's charging the main camera that you're viewing on right now. So that's good news. We have success. And if this is your first time to this channel, I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Nice to meet you. Remember to smash that like button, comment, and subscribe. And don't forget to ring that notification bell. I think we're in luck. I am slowing the pace of my walking down, since it appears that we have about 5 minutes until they stop accepting passengers for the voyage around the rivers of America. Overhead here, it says Riverboat Landing. Technically, it's called the Liberty Square Riverboat, the Liberty Bell. I always refer to it as the Liberty Bell. Hello there, nice to see you. We have oh, hello there, nice to see you. Thank you so much. We have success, mission accomplished. The reason for our visit today on the Liberty Bell is, of course, we need to take in all these gorgeous views of the rivers of America. Disney previously announced that the rivers of America will be replaced, pushed in, if you will, by, of course, the Cars attraction coming soon, and then Villains Land over in this direction, essentially behind the Haunted Mansion, if you will. Well, let's actually board Mark Twain, Oceans Deep. So, I need to actually shuffle around the fuel rods into my various pockets. Give me a second. I'll just mill about here. As I do so, enjoy views of the rivers of America, or the ROA. Disney loves their acronyms. ROA stands, of course, for Rivers of America. Okay, I think we're all good with the pockets. I secured all my cargo in my cargo pockets. We're actually headed down towards the water level. We could take a look at the boiler. It's located off to our left-hand side. It's a little noisy and it's a little close, but you get to see what we're dealing with here. That's where we just came from, that upper elevation. I gotta check the chat though. I'll try to get out of the sun. The sun's just, it's blaring into the lens here. So let's get out of the sun, I'll check the chat. Disney cast crew member Monique says, maybe, probably referring to T6's thought about Atlantis or Treasure Planet. And Jason Andrews says, I already clicked the thumb up for him. All right, well, thanks so much, Jason. PC Gamer says, nice. PC Gamer says, nice to meet you, Mike and Abby. Oh, it's going back, yeah. Well, so we did see Mike and Abby standing over by Grayson, the piano player on, of course, Casey's Corner. Hey, while we're here, it's loud, but I'll just show you what it looks like over here and then turn back. Back to the chat though. We're all aboard here. So nice to meet you, Mike and Abby. Disney cast crew member Monique says, hi, Mike and Abby. And Long Island Lori back at the chat says, your video is very crisp. Well, thank you so much, Long Island Lori. So we're actually broadcasting in 1080p. 1080p. Disney cast crew member Monique says, hi, Lori. And Long Island Lori says, hi. PC Gamer says, at Disney cast member Monique, how are you working at, or she's asking, are you working at this Disney World? And Monique says, as an entertainer also for Disney Cruise for guest entertainment. Mama Duck also says, hold on, a chat jump. Mama Duck says, that's some serious tickling. Go Grayson. Long Island Lori says Grayson is amazing. I do agree with you, Long Island Lori. Grayson is a very special talent here at the Magic Kingdom. PC Gamer says, ah. And Monique says, here's some pixie dust, where she sprinkled in some stars into the chat. PC Gamerware with the emoji icon face, smiling. Disney cast crew member Monique says, by the way, the live action Snow White movie is in theaters. I might see it today. Very cool. Oh, sorry. PC Gamerware says, I saw a trailer for that movie. It looks very good. So PC Gamerware is referring to, of course, the live action Snow White that Monique's talking about. She's gonna want to see it. She might see it today in theaters. And Monique says, same. PC Gamerware says, I believe it's the one I'm thinking about. And Monique says, Main Street Electric Parade, the Borough Coda. Yeah, so we heard Grayson play a medley between, of course, the Main Street Electrical Parade, Baroque Hoedown, and Spectral Magic, how he worked it all in there, of course, with Tangled as well. PC Gamer says, bravo, bravo. That's true, PC Gamer. Disney cast crew member Monique says, do you want to build a snowman? Yeah, we had the opportunity to hear that. Oh, here. Well, I'll point up overhead. Dong, dong. It's a little crowded. I don't know if we could make it through there. We could attempt to try.
Secure all cars. Cargo secured. All passengers boarded, sir. All hands stand by. Engine room. Reverse 1/4.
Try to give up. Oh, sorry, excuse me. You guys are busy trying to. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Engine room. And 1/4. Sounds last bell.
There. I wonder if we go for the bell. Mark Twain.
Mark 4. Engine room. Head 3/4. Stand by. Steady as she goes. Captain,
welcome aboard the Liberty Bell. I'm your captain, Horace Bixby, and my pilot with me here on the Texas deck is a young cub that goes by the name of Sam Clemens. Hey, he's marking his 100th voyage down the river today with nary a calamity on his watch so far. Sam knows this river like his own backyard. Sam, tell our guest everything you know about this river.
well now, I always figure it is better to keep your mouth shut and appear stupid than to open it and remove all doubt. But I will tell you this, I love this river more than anything else. I've loved this river, even from the time I was a toddler back in Missouri. Before we get too much further out of port, I think I should mention that you best not be sitting on those handrails. They're the only thing between you and the river, and the river doesn't always take kindly to uninvited guests. We've also had reports of river pirates operating in the vicinity, so I wouldn't lean out beyond those rails for that reason either. Now, for those of you on the port side, that river town will pass Frontierland. A few years back, it was no more than a boom town carved out of the wilderness by a handful of settlers looking to start a new life. Today, gentility and decorum are running rampant. Oh, it still has its share of footloose trappers, keelboaters, prospectors, and an Indian or two, but mostly it's flush times and well on its way to becoming a fine big city. Frontierland reminds me some of my own hometown, Hannibal. It takes me back to when I was a barefoot boy growing up alongside the riverbanks. You know, it seems to me that when I was younger, I could remember everything, whether it happened or not. But as I grow older, I seem to remember only the things that never happened at all.
All right, coming into view, of course, is the construction crane. It's holding a flying dumpster. That, of course, is for the Big Thunder Mountain Railroad track replacement project. And you could hear the steam whistle from the Walt Disney World Railroad. We might have a handshake going on between the Liberty Bell and the railroad.
Young by hundreds of years, younger than I will ever be again. It's called Tom Sawyer. For a friend from my boyhood. Even said the only way you can get there is by raft. Old man Marshall Crane knows this. Back in the woods just off Tom's Landing. And that's Muck Potter's pond and his windmill. We almost hanged once. And there's Huck's Landing. I always did like Huck. He could swear just wonderful. He and Tom and I spent most of our wild and reckless youth exploring that island. Lots of caves, lots of adventure, if you know where to look. And we all knew where to look. That's Superstition Bridge. It connects the Big Island to the Little one. And if you follow the Wilderness Trail there, it'll lead you right up to the gates of Fort Langhorne. It's the last trading outpost before we head into Indian country.
If you look carefully, you can see all the brand new pieces of replaced track work here at the Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. Pretty much every piece of track you're going to see on this side in front of the construction crane is all brand new track. Down below, there's no track in the helix approaching. But I can check the chat real quick. Disney cast crew member Monique says, "Love is an open door." And Monique also says, "Fantasmic." That's right, Monique. We did hear Grayson playing Fantasmic on the piano. Very neat, very cool. PC Gamerware, hands applauding, says, "Amazing player." I agree, PC Gamerware, true talent. Chat's jumping. I gotta go back. Hold on, I gotta find my place. Disney cast crew member Monique says, "It's breathtaking." Sure is, Monique. Jeremy Heath. Oh, welcome in, welcome back, Jeremy Heath. Jeremy Heath says, "Woohoo! A steamboat ride on the mighty Mississippi." That's right. Mark Twain, oceans deep. Anyways, Disney cast crew member Monique says, "Hi, Jeremy." Jeremy Heath says, "Hello, Monique." And T6 says, "If they don't make an Emperor's New Groove roller coaster in Villains Land with, and that'll be a missed opportunity." Oh, yeah, I think it's going to be a roller coaster, but I'm thinking it's going to be themed to Maleficent, T6, the 3-time Timber Toucher. And Michael Sims is back. Oh, welcome back, Michael Sims says hello with the hand waving. Scary Mary TV says over 100 in the stream. Woohoo! Well, thank you so much for the update, Scary Mary TV. For anybody that's new to the channel, shout out to Scary Mary TV. Go check out Scary Mary TV on YouTube. Oh, we're gonna miss Beacon Joe.
Looks to be from the Powhatan tribe, but usually they stay further east. I've seen Seminole and Miami this far west, and of course Shoshone, Blackfeet, and Crow, but I've never seen other ones out here.
Lots of game out this way. I've seen moose and deer and plenty of other critters along the shoreline.
Could be why the Powhatans are out this far, just following the food trail.
Disney cast crew member Monique says, hi Michael, and Jason Andrus says, I'm back. Disney cast crew member Monique says, glad you're back, and Jason Andrus says, I'm getting dinner from City Barbecue. Jason Andrus, where are you from, Jason Andrus? Because this guy, John Would Fun to Be Free, has eaten at City Barbecue before. I enjoy me some City Barbecue. Disney cast crew member Monique says, nice.
Well, that other village off to port has been here a while. Most of the Indians along the river don't quite know what to make of our steamboat. They call it Enelore, which means fire canoe, because of the smoke and sparks pouring out of the The first time we passed this way, they thought it was the return of one of the heavenly messengers. They said our riverboat was a comet of the sun.
So cool. So cool.
After nightfall, they'll return to warn the great warriors who brought honor to the tribe.
Attention deck watch. Shoals to port and starboard. Engine room, steady on.
We're entering the shallow water, but there's no cause for worry. Sam knows every shoal and shallow, every snag and sandbar in this part of the river, and he'll navigate us through to safe water. You wouldn't steer us wrong, would you, Sam?
I believe we ought never to do wrong, Captain, especially when others are looking. Lead the thing out.
We have a flying dumpster alert, flying dumpster alert.
Those of you that have been this way before know that the water can get fairly shallow along this stretch of the river. The leadsmen call out the depth. Each mark is a fathom or 6 feet. Mark Twain is 2 fathoms, and for us that means safe water.
Captain, we're passing Cutthroat Corner. Attention deck crew. Stay alert.
Welcome back to Liberty Square. At this time, please gather your personal belongings, take small children by the hand, and using any one of the 7 stairwells located on board, make your way all the way down to the lowest level of the boat. There you will find the one and only exit of the Liberty Bell. Once again, everyone, you will not be exiting on the level you came in on. You'll be exiting on the level closest to the water. As you exit, please watch your step and enjoy the rest of your day here at the Magic Kingdom. Thanks for traveling with us.
I gotta get back to the chat. Enjoy views of the rivers of America. Hopefully the sun's not blaring into the camera lens, so I'll kind of point it over in this direction, I guess. But the 3-time Timmy Timber Toucher says, I could go for some World of Food Trucks food right about now. And This Time says, how often do you stream? Well, as it turns out, This Time, John with Fun to Be Free goes live at 2 p.m. daily from the Walt Disney World Resort. Oh, you can hear the steam whistle from the Walt Disney World Railroad off in the distance. But again, This Time daily, 2 o'clock. Rob's Mad World is back in the chat. Rob's Mad World says, hey everyone, just popping in to say hi. Thanks for making the magic for us, John. Can't stay though. Oh, Rob's Mad World, you missed the Festival of Fun to Be Free earlier. But thank you for being here. We'll see you probably tomorrow, Rob's Mad World. Oh, and I believe I got a super chat. A super chat in the amount of $10. A super chat for $10 from Scary Mary TV. Scary Mary TV says, let's have fun. A little challenge to match or beat this super chat. John works hard and has the best energy and kindness. Love from Benny and Neri. Fun to Be Free is so much fun. Well, thank you, Scary Mary TV, for the super chat. I do appreciate that. So, what is Scary Mary TV, Neri and Benny asking of everybody? Let's have fun. A little challenge to match or beat this super chat. Since they're saying this guy, John with Fun to Be Free, works hard and has the best energy and kindness. Love from Benny and Neri. Fun to be free is so much fun. Thank you again, Benny and Neri. I appreciate that very much so. And just because you did that, I'll say, if you are new to the channel, remember to smash that like button, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. We need to navigate to the lower level, towards the water level, to go exit, just as the cast member on the PA indicated. We are going now to the mid-course, the mid-level. We could actually head over in this direction to this stairway. We'll make a quick U-turn here. Hold on a second. Disney cast crew member Monique says, "Hi, Giant." Oh, is Theme Park Giant in the chat again? If Theme Park Giant's in the chat or viewing us live right now, I'm going to say again, Theme Park Giant, I like your logo from, of course, reminiscent of the Texas Giant, I believe, at Six Flags Over Texas. Even the Beast, if you will. Very, very close. I love the logo. Jeremy Heath says, "Thanks for your support." And Scary Mary TV says, "Yay!" Hi, Jeremy. And Mary on the Move says, "Hello, everyone. Thank you at Scary Mary TV." And Jeremy Heath says, "Hello, Mary." Disney cast crew member Monique says, "Hi, Mary." And we are going to take one more step and we will be on the lower level. Hold on a second. I need to step off the big boat. When I say big boat, the Liberty Bell, I'll show you what I'm dealing with. That is quite a big step down. Well, let's choose one of two directions. In this case, I'm electing for this direction into Liberty Square, off towards the Haunted Mansion. Disney cast crew member Monique says, hold on, chat's jumping. Hi, Mary. And Tiki Man Fan says, "Hello at Mary on the Move." And at Jeremy Heath, Tiki Man Fan also says, "Very nice." Again, thank you again to Scary Mary TV, Benny and Neri for the super chat.
Hey, man.
Hello. How are you doing? I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We're live streaming right now on YouTube. Would you like to say hi?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello. Who do I have the pleasure of speaking with?
Eric.
Eric?
Eric.
Aaron?
Eric.
Arif? Arif. A-R-I-F. Arif. Oh, hello, Arif. Where are you from?
Guyana.
Guyana. Okay, first time to Walt Disney World?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Are you staying off property? A hotel?
Yeah.
Okay, so not on Disney World property, but nice to meet you. Oh, right there, 2025. Oh, I should have looked down. Arif, Disney Family Vacation. Very cool. He's got a custom shirt. Where'd you get your shirt from?
I know through my family got it.
Oh, family got it. Okay. Very nice to meet you. Thank you so much. Real quick, do you have telephone?
Yeah.
You can take a photo, picture.
Well, my phone is dead.
Oh, okay. Fun to be free.
Alright.
Nice to meet you, Arif. Take care. Have a great day. Enjoy your stay here. Bye-bye. It's always nice meeting new people. As I say, I encourage you to come chat. Say hi to John with Fun to Be Free. But we need to get back on track. Oh, hello there. Nice to see you. We need to get back on track. I need to check all the chats. And Jeremy Heath says, "Good evening, Tiki Man Fan." PC Gamerware says, "You rock" at Scary Mary TV. And Scary Mary TV says, "Mary on the Move" with the heart. So awesome. Disney cast crew member Monique says, "Love the enthusiasm." Auntie B says, "Scary Mary TV, that's so nice of you," with little purple, I guess it's a heart, yeah. Or it's a pink. I'm not colorblind. I call it purple. It's actually pink hearts. Hold on, chat's jumping. Disney cast crew member Monique says, "Hi, B." And This Time says, "Love the sounds, especially since going blind." Oh, This Time, I'm sorry to hear that. Auntie B says, "Hi." Hold on. Auntie B says, "Hi." Disney cast crew member Monique. And Theme Park Giant in the chat. Theme Park Giant says, "Ha ha." Yes, it's based on the new Texas Giant. Yes, I thought so, Theme Park Giant. Well done. Where are you from, Theme Park Giant? Are you actually from Texas? And Disney cast crew member Monique says, "It's spooky time." Oh, does people want to see the Haunted Mansion? Maybe we could turn around. We could wait in the queue. I could double check the fuel rod, see what we're dealing with. Oh, I need to change the fuel rod first. Maybe we should get a replacement before we join the queue, that is. But yeah, Monique was saying it's spooky time. Maybe it is. PC Gamer is a spooky time. This time says we should there early at Magic Kingdom, leaving 2ish. Oh, this time I go live at 2 o'clock every day. Oh, I do believe we have a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello, I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Special is in the chat. Special says, I've never seen Drum Tavern. Drum Tavern. Is that the Harbor House, Columbia Harbor House you're talking about? Drum Tavern? I'm not certain about what you're talking about, Special, but Special says Fife and Drum Tavern. Fife and Drum Tavern. Is that what you're talking about? Jeremy Heath says, hello, Auntie B. And Auntie B says, hi, Jeremy Heath. And Theme Park Giant says, from Iowa, moved to Orlando 2 years ago. Oh, I see. So Theme Park Giant frequents multiple amusement and theme parks from around the country, I imagine. Awesome. So nice to have you here at Theme Park Giant. And for anybody that is new to the channel, what I'd like you to do is go check out Scary Mary TV on YouTube. Also, Theme Park Giant on YouTube as well. Disney cast crew member Monique says, hi, Special. I'm going to change my fuel rod here. We're facing the wrong direction for the Haunted Mansion, I'll tell you that. But you could enjoy views of the Liberty Bell. I'm going to turn around here. Turn around. Because it seems like we have some people in the chat that would like to enjoy the Haunted Mansion. So let's join the queue. I think we'll be able to get through it. I think I have 2 complete fuel rods. Hold on. Let me put this fuel rod in its holder and I'll double check that I have a full fuel rod in addition. Hold on a second. I'm digging around in my pockets. I got to double check here.
That's this place we were talking about.
Yeah. So we have 2 full fuel rods. So I think we'll be fine to experience the Haunted Mansion. Hello guys, I'm streaming live on YouTube. Is it okay if I join with you in the Haunted Mansion? Okay. You're just gonna hear this guy awkwardly talk to himself. Is it okay to point my camera in your general direction?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Who do I have the pleasure of speaking with? Where are you from?
Upper Dublin, it's in Pennsylvania.
Upper Dublin from Pennsylvania. All right. So Kennywood and Hershey Park by any chance?
They're kind of close.
Somewhat, moderately.
Yeah.
Have you guys been there?
Yeah.
Oh, I love Kennywood and of course Hershey Park. It's so awesome. But yeah, is this your whole group?
Well, we got almost the whole class here.
Oh, the whole class.
Yeah.
So what's the
senior class trip?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So did you guys fundraise?
Everyone did a little bit.
Okay. But it seems like it could be a little pricey to come for a senior class trip to Walt Disney World. Incredible, very cool. But yeah, I'll be with you guys, throughout the entirety of the queue. But I'm going to talk to myself. Real quick, I'll show you what's going on. I'm going to flip the camera. So we're looking backwards now. We have actual members in the chat that can actually say hi to you if we give it enough time.
What's your channel called?
Fun to Be Free. Hold on just a moment. Let me grab my phone. You can take a photo. Here, hold on. Let me pop it up. Yeah, you can hold it. And then you can take a photo. It'll... Okay. All right. Thank you so much. And I'll stand here awkwardly talking to myself, and then the chat members will probably ask you questions.
All right, cool.
Okay, so what I'm attempting to do, since we're in the queue for the Haunted Mansion now, is actually, let's go over some breaking news. I'm gonna flip the camera though, and as chats roll in, I'll let them know what's going on. Hold on. Let me flip the camera, hold on. They want us in. The cast members want us in here. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
The end of the line in this way. You're going that way. Thank you.
Hold on. I'm not sure where we're headed.
Straight ahead.
Hello there. Thank you for making the magic. Well, let me get back to the chat here. Special says thanks, and Theme Park Giant says love coasters and parks. Been all over the world. Oh, Theme Park Giant, a man of my own heart. As I think we previously talked, I enjoy some roller coasters as well, Theme Park Giant. And Special says, what's to the right? Right now, at the moment, to my right is Memento Mori. It's the post-show merchandise location here near the Haunted Mansion. It's adjacent to the Haunted Mansion. And Disney cast crew member Monique says, and me too, if you like. Jeremy Heath says, Fife and Drum Tavern at the American Adventure in Epcot. So that's a whole different park. We're currently live streaming from the Magic Kingdom, but Jeremy Heath is correct. Fife and Drum Tavern at the American Adventure in Epcot. This time, Cedar Point Yeah, this time I've been to Cedar Point. I'm sure Theme Park Giant's been to Cedar Point as well. I like Millennium Force, and I actually rode Top Thrill Dragster when it was brand new, Generation 1 as well. Disney cast crew member Monique says, "Hi there, pals." Oh, let me see. Are you guys all together with all? No. Oh, okay. I wanted to just say real quick to them. We got people in the chat saying, "Hi there, pals." Monique from the chat says, "Nice to see you." And the 3-time Timmy Timber Toucher says, "Hi guys, enjoy the Haunted Mansion." So very cool, very cool. Did you pop it up? Can you see yourselves live streaming? Remember, like, comment, subscribe. John with Fun to Be Free, this guy right here. But the Theme Park Giant says, at this time, been to Cedar Point many times, went last May to ride the newest roller coaster. Very cool, Theme Park Giant, very, very cool. So what I will do is I'll take the BAT phone out, BAT phone, and I'll actually enable the wireless feature so I could bring the screen on my iPhone and send it over to your device at home. If you hold on just a moment, I will be right with you. In the meantime, enjoy views of the Haunted Mansion exterior elevation. In other words, the house on the Hudson, the mansion itself. So website credit goes to blogmickey.com. Website credit goes to blogmickey.com. So here we are. We'll take this one at the top of the article in just a few moments. The World Today graphic will disappear and we're ready to go. The 2025 Run Disney virtual series to feature interactive medals themed to favorite Disney attractions and entertainment posted today, March 29th, 2025. Hey, why is my phone screen? I can't, it's not, hold on. It's like frozen, hold on. Not the movie Frozen. There we go, now it works. Run Disney has revealed the medals for the upcoming Run Disney virtual series. The medals, which are interactive, are themed to favorite Disney attractions and entertainment. Here's a closer look. Interactive Run Disney medals for the 2025 virtual series. The Run Disney virtual series returns this summer, and Run Disney has offered a sneak peek at the interactive medals that participants will earn. The medals are themed to the Jungle Cruise, Pirates of the Caribbean, Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, and Happily Ever After. Each race is $58 and registration opens April 1st. Here's the announcement and details. Pirates of the Caribbean 5K. You can see the graphic or the photo on the screen there. Yo ho, a pirate's medal for you. Channel your inner buccaneer as you run, walk, or jog 3.1 miles to claim this treasure, inspired by the legendary Pirates of the Caribbean attraction. Just beware of ghostly galleons and cursed gold along the way. The medal features the race logo with map on the front side, and it twirls in place to reveal the skeleton captain from the attraction and a bottle of not rum. The bottle features a blue liquid and it moves within the bottle as you tip the medal. Here's a look. So there you go. You got the 3 medals there. So pictured over towards the middle and the right hand side, you can see the bottles turn essentially on its side with the blue liquids spilling down and over. Jungle Cruise 5K with the Jungle Cruise graphic logo there. Navigate your own course through 3.1 miles of high adventure to earn this medal featuring the world famous Jungle Cruise. Just remember, your run may be dry, but your humor should be delightfully punny. So there you go. Let me turn the camera to our forward facing direction. The Jungle Cruise medal features the logo on the front and a spinning ship wheel on the back. Here's the Big Thunder Mountain Railroad 5K with the graphic there. hold on to your hats and glasses because this is the wildest ride in the wilderness. What the article actually says is hold on to your running shoes because this is the wildest race in the wilderness. Conquer your own rugged terrain in this 3.1 mile run and you'll be rewarded with a medal worthy of the legendary Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. Just watch out for runaway mine trains. Big Thunder Mountain Railroad may be closed until 2026 for refurbishment, but this medal brings a bit of the ride vehicle home to you, not literally, of course. As you can see below, a button allows you to turn on the headlight on the runaway train. I'm interested. Oh, it has a little LED light. That's cool. Very neat. Okay, I'm going to turn the camera to the front-facing direction here as we go around, the U-turn, if you will. Happily Ever After 5K. There's the graphic there. For those ready to go the distance, completing all 3 virtual 5Ks earns you the ultimate prize, the Disney Happily Ever After Virtual Challenge Medal, inspired the breathtaking nighttime spectacular at Magic Kingdom Park. This medal is a dazzling tribute to the magic of dreams, determination, and a finish line fireworks finale. Your Happily Ever After 5K medal lights up like fireworks over Cinderella Castle. For a video of all of the medal effects, check out the Instagram video after the photo below. So where's the video? Oh, it's down here. Hold on. There's the photo. And here's the video. I'm not going to play the audio. We'll just watch the video. Oh, I don't know if it's going to play. I hit play. Okay, there we go. We're in luck. Very cool. Very cool. So I think we reached the end of the article and the video came from Run Disney and Disney Parks there. Let's go back. And I should actually check the chat in the meantime. Let me take the graphic off the screen. I'll check the chat. Then we'll come back to the news, I think. I gotta go back. I'm trying to find the place where we left off. Bruce Wayne is back in the chat. Bruce Wayne says, I have not been to Disneyland since 1995. Okay, so Bruce Wayne, did you actually experience the Indiana Jones adventure at Disneyland since it opened on March 3rd, 1995, Bruce Wayne? And Disney cast crew member Monique says, hi, Bruce. Bruce Wayne says hi with hand waving. Theme Park Giant says road TTD2 the last time it ran. Got lucky. Okay, very cool, Theme Park Giant. Very cool. And Disney cast crew member Monique says, that's good, Giant. And this time, Batman, LOL. Yeah, because I'm calling my phone in my pocket the Bat phone. And this time says, used to go all the time before moving to Florida. Oh, really? Disney cast crew member Monique says, that's cool, Dis. Jason Andrus says, I'm still here. And Disney cast crew member Monique says, GG, Jason. Disney cast crew member Monique says, wow, awesome. And Jason Andrus said, pulled pork, french fries with cheese and bacon, and cornbread. That sounds delicious, Jason Andrus. Disney cast crew member Monique says, yum. And Bruce Wayne says, yes, with a big thumbs up. Okay, we should go back to the breaking news, though, on Blog Making. Give me a second. Give me a second. I think we're going to be all set up, ready to go here. I took the Bat phone back out of my pocket. So website credit goes to blogmickey.com again. Hold on, let's see. Here we go. This is good for us. Since we're at Magic Kingdom today, Walt Disney World reveals Wish float for upcoming Disney Starlight Nighttime Parade at Magic Kingdom. Published March 28, 2025, so yesterday. Walt Disney World has revealed a new parade float for the upcoming Disney Starlight Dream the Night Away Nighttime Parade coming to Magic Kingdom this summer. The new reveal is that of a Wish-themed float featuring Asha and Valentino. Here's a closer look. Disney Starlight Wish Float concept art. You're a star! Your first look at the Wish Float coming to Disney Starlight Dream the Night Away at Magic Kingdom. I'm going to pause here while I can enjoy this concept art. For more on the Disney Starlight Dream the Night Away Parade coming to Magic Kingdom, check out our dedicated parade page. As always, keep checking back with us here at blogmickey.com as we continue to bring you the latest news, photos, and info from around the Disney parks. So let's go back to the main screen, the main menu, home if you will. So I think we're caught up on the news on Blog Mickey. Let me double check if we have some more news we could cover on a different blog. Hold on a second. Give me a second. I'm actually going to change the graphic on the screen. Let's head over to WDWNT. So, website credit will go to Walt Disney World News Today. And let me pop it up. So again, website credit goes to WDW News Today, the worldwide leader in Disney park news. Oh, this is an interesting one. Look at this. Photos. New Mandalorian souvenir Mythosaur mug at Oga's Cantina in Disneyland for Season of the Force. So will this Mythosaur mug come to Oga's Cantina here at Disney's Hollywood Studios? I guess we'll have to wait and see. Maybe the article will tell us more. Oga's Cantina in Disneyland Park has a new Mandalorian souvenir Mythosaur mug for the Season of the Force 2025. Mythosaur mug with this ale for $48. Wow, that's a little pricey. $48. Wow. The mug is made to look like brown jagged rocks with black highlights. On one side is the Mythosaur skull with a pair of tusks curving down towards its mouth. The skull is a bony gray color. The Mythosaur is a legendary creature native to the Mandalorian home planet of Mandalore. It was previously thought to be extinct, having been slowly eradicated during the long years of infighting between Mandalorian clans. At least one Mythosaur survived both that and the Great Purge, as discovered in the Living Waters by Din Djarin and Bo-Katan in the Season 3 of The Mandalorian. The Mythosaur skull symbol is important to Mandalorian culture and is often used on flag shields and armor. It's common for Mandalorians to adorn themselves with a Mythosaur, especially if they don't have a clan signet of their own. The back of the mug is inscripted with Mandoa, I guess that's how you say it, using the somewhat simplified version of the written alphabet used in the Clone Wars animated series. The original alphabet was designed for Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, and featured 26 letters with more detailed designs. The newer version has 24 letters and simpler designs. Because of their origins, both alphabets are considered canon, though Disney often uses the newer version for merchandise. Worth noting is that while previous versions uses of the script had translated directly into the basic English, the words here are actually in Mandoa. They originate from the Republic Commando series by Karen Travis, who is widely considered the pioneer of Mando's linguistics. Though the series is no longer canonical, Disney has begun using Travis's Mandoa more heavily, bringing the language in the canon. Disney also tends to flip-flop on the orientation of Mandoa lettering in its first uses. It always depicted it vertically. Later appearances began to use Mandoa horizontally as well. Some merchandise like the Mandalorian Journal use vertical lettering, while this mug and other items write it horizontally. The phrase here is from an old Mandalorian drinking song. Oh, I can't even begin to say that one. Wow. Mandoa is a limited dictionary with most terms and phrases made by compounding multiple words. They are joined together by a beat 10 stylized similar to an apostrophe. When spoken, the beat 10 signifies a glottal pause. The second line uses the word shebs, which is a crude slang curse for a rear end. Got it. However, the phrase is commonly translated, "You can keep your glory," and use the shebs conveys that the speaker is using the saying disrespectfully in the context of the song. It's changed a little more. The interpretation of fame rather than glory is likely so that basic English version rhymes like the original Mandoa. It originates specifically from Star Wars Republic Commando 000, where the translation is noted to be less explicit than the original Mandoa. The literal translation is much more direct with the use of narrate, to put, alongside sheebs, invoking the English phrase wherein the speaker tells someone to shove it somewhere vulgar. As far as the drink goes, Black Ale is a common indulgence of Mandalorian warriors with several common phrases and songs that reference it. The actual ale is White Wampa Ale, classic Hefeweizen with a banana and citrus character from Ballast Point Brewing Company with apple cider and cherry puree. Stay tuned for our full reviews of the Seasons of the Force offering. Season of the Force is March 28th through May 11th. Check out the full Season of the Force menus and more souvenir novelties. So again, will this Mandalorian souvenir Mythosaur mug, August Cantina from Disneyland, make its way to Disney's Hollywood Studios over at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge? Time will tell. Let's go back. Here, let's check this out, because we were over at Epcot yesterday. So we actually did a construction update on Test Track and when it would reopen. Oh, we got the Liberty of L steam whistle. Most scaffolding removed from new Test Track roof at Epcot. Posted today, March 29, 2025. The majority of the metal scaffolding has been removed from the front of Test Track building, allowing a better look at the ongoing reimagining of the attraction at Epcot. Here's a look. Test Track scaffolding removed. Construction on the reimagined Test Track is continuing at a rapid pace, with most of the metal scaffolding that cover the front of the building now removed. The majority of the Test Track building is now visible, with only a few scaffolding sections still present on the left side of the new roof structure. So there's a look. You can see this. For comparison above is an image of the Test Track building taken 2 days ago on March 27th during the most recent construction update. At this time, the area was being prepped for concrete pouring in front of the new roof structure. In all of the previous photos, the new roof structure is difficult to see through the layers of metal walkways. Okay, we're going to go inside. Let's take the graphic off the screen and we'll enjoy the Haunted Mansion goodness. Okay, in the meantime, all right, we're going to look over here for just a moment. We got to check out Madame Leota, and then we'll swing back. In the meantime, I'm actually disabling the wireless feature on the Bat phone. I'll be right with you in just a second. I'm going to put the Bat phone back in my pocket as well, and I'll swing the camera back in this direction towards the double doors here. I'll get back to the chat in just a second. We got to check the chat. And TJ, I do believe you're a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello, I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Nice to meet you. Thank you for joining us here. We're currently enjoying the Haunted Mansion queue, where it's now our time to go in the elevator room, the stretch room. The elevator room is actually located at Disneyland. This particular one doesn't actually have an elevator, but it mimics the stretching room, if you will. But back to TT. TT says, hello, just subscribe. Thank you so much, TT. Thank you for joining us.
Enjoy your
Oh, hello. Thank you for being here.
That is the time when ghosts are present, practicing their terror with ghoulish delight.
The board together at this time, filling in all the dead space.
Thank you. Wait, what's that?
Tour begins here in this gallery. Here where you see paintings of as they appear in their kindly step all the way in, please, and make room for there's no
The dead
trays and Is this haunted room actually stretching? Or is it your imagination? And consider this dismaying observation. This chamber has no windows and no which offers you this chilling challenge to find a way out. Of course, there's always my way. The real chills come later. Now, let's all stay Do not pull down on the safety bar, please. I will lower it for you. And heed this warning. The spirits will materialize eyes only if you remain quietly seated at all times. Oh yes, and no flash pictures, please. We spirits are frightfully sensitive to bright lights. Our library is well stocked with priceless first editions, only ghost stories, of course, and marble busts of the greatest ghost writers the literary world has ever known. They have all retired here to the haunted mansion. Actually, we have 999 happy haunts here. But there's room for 1,000. Any volunteers? If you should decide to join us, final arrangements may be made at the end of the tour. Every room has wall-to-wall creepers and hot and cold running chills. Listen.
Give us a hint by ringing a bell. Serpents and spiders,
Playful streaks have interrupted our tour. Please remain seated in your doomed buggy. We will proceed in just a moment.
It's time to respond. Send us a message from somewhere beyond. Goblins and ghoulies.
We have been unavoidably detained by Frankie's spirits. Kindly remain seated in your doomed buggy. We will continue our tour in just a moment.
Toads in a pond. Let there be music from regions beyond. Wizards and witches, wherever you dwell, give us a hint by ringing a bell. Serpents and spiders, tail of a rat, call in the spirits wherever they're at. Rap on a table, it's time to respond. Send us a message from somewhere beyond. Goblins and ghoulies from last Halloween, awaken the spirits with your tambourine.
Playful spooks have interrupted our tour. Please remain seated in your doomed buggy. We will proceed in just
Let there be music from regions beyond. Wizards and witches, wherever you dwell, give us a hint by ringing
We have been
a
unavoidably
bell.
detained by pranky spirits. kindly remain seated in your doom buggy. We will continue our tour in just a moment.
Call in the spirits wherever they're at. Rap on a table. It's time to respond. Send us a message from somewhere beyond. Goblins and ghoulies from last Halloween, awaken the spirits with your tambourine. Creepies and crawlies, toads in a pond. Let there be music from regions beyond. Wizards and witches, wherever you dwell, give us a hint by ringing a bell. Serpents and spiders, tail of a rat, call in the spirits wherever they're at. Rap on a table, it's time to respond.
The happy haunts have received your sympathetic vibrations and are beginning to materialize. There is something sweet expecting me. I'll see you all a little later. There's a little matter I forgot to mention. Beware of hitchhiking ghosts. They have selected you to fill our quota, and they'll haunt you until you return.
It's your turn.
raise the safety bar, and a ghost will follow you home. Kindly watch your step.
All right, Haunted Mansion. I'm going to say it is my all-time favorite attraction of all time from any Disney park. That's right. John with Fun to Be Free's favorite attraction is the Haunted Mansion. I love this attraction. Okay, we got to get back to the chat. I believe the last chat was TJ. We walked in and said, hello, just subscribe. Thanks again, TJ. Disney cast crew member Monique says, welcome in, TJ. Mama Duck says, welcome, TJ. PC Gamerware says, hi, TJ. And Stephen Rocky Singleton's back in the chat. Welcome in, welcome back, Stephen Rocky Singleton. What time is fireworks tonight? 8:30 p.m. Eastern time, I believe, Stephen Rocky Singleton. Disney cast crew member Monique says 8:30 p.m. Okay, we got it. Yeah, got it covered. Stephen Rocky Singleton says, thank you, Disney cast. And Trish Rubendahl's back in the chat. Trish Rubendahl says, I know it be maybe a little early, but I am packing as I watch your video 12 more days ago. Oh, Trish, like we talked before, this guy, John with Fun to Be Free, would always pack his bags in advance just like you. Don't feel embarrassed. You're just excited. Disney cast crew member Monique also says, pleasure, Stephen. And Jeremy Heath says, enjoy your trip, Trish. Stephen Rocky Singleton says, my birthday is on January 10th. And this time, back in the chat says, by the way, we were led here by Fast Pass Radio. Got it. So this time, awesome. Oh, hello there. For anybody that's new to the channel, check out fastpassradio.com. They stream theme park audio from Disney parks online. Check that out. Also, check out Scary Mary TV as well. And again, Benny and Neri, thank you so much for the super chat today. Jason Andrus says, my leg is shaking like crazy. Mary on the Move is back in the chat, hoping to check out some of the Season of the Force goodness tomorrow. Oh yeah, Mary on the Move said that she has an annual pass at Disneyland Resort and the Walt Disney World Resort as well. So a dual annual pass holder, hence the name Mary on the Move by Coastal. And Theme Park Giant back in the chat. Theme Park Giant says, can't wait to see the new test track. Hoping it's more like the World of Motion again inside the building. Yes, Theme Park Giant. And real quick, before we entered the Haunted Mansion there, I think I asked you, where are you from, Texas? But no, I think the other day you said you were from Iowa. So I got all confused thinking about your logo, Texas Giant, all that stuff. But yeah, I swear you said Iowa after that. You came back in the chat. Yeah. Pops Loves Disney. Pops Loves Disney. Welcome back, welcome in. Pops Loves Disney says, hi, everyone. Always nice to have you here, Pops Loves Disney. And Tate MJ10 says, is this haunted room actually stretching? Or is it your imagination? That's right, Tate MJ10. This guy, John with Fun to Be Free, actually worked the Haunted Mansion at Disneyland for many years as well. Stephen Rocky Singleton says, it's me, Monster. Mama Duck says, hi, Pops Loves Disney. Bruce Wayne back at the chat. Bruce Wayne says, I've been in that room many times in my childhood. Yes, I agree, Bruce Wayne. Same here. Theme Park Giant says, Guardians is my current favorite at Walt Disney World, but Haunted Mansion will always be number one. So, the way I want to answer this, or come back at you, Theme Park Giant, the most fun attraction I've ever experienced is Guardians, and my favorite of all time is Haunted Mansion. So there you go. That way I could say it two different ways and still be correct. Ryan Wesley's in the chat. Oh, the chat jumped. Hold on, I got to go back and find Ryan Wesley. Ryan Wesley says, I'm so ready to watch Mansion. Well, we saw it. I hope you enjoyed it, Ryan Wesley. And PC Gamerware said, getting scary. Oh, because it's all dark in there, probably PC Gamerware. This time says, used to work Mansion. So this time also used to work the Haunted Mansion? What coast? Was it at Disneyland or here in Florida? Walt Disney World Resort this time. Joe Mitchell Jr. Joe Mitchell Jr. I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello, Joe Mitchell Jr. I am John with Fun to Be Free. The wind is whipping up like crazy here at the Magic Kingdom right now. I sure hope you could hear me. Welcome to the channel. Nice to have you here, Joe Mitchell Jr. We go live at 2 o'clock daily from the Walt Disney World Resort. We got lots of bubbles in the area. Mama Duck says, hang in there, PC Gamerware. Tate MJ10 says, LOL. And Mama Duck says, hi, Joe Mitchell Jr. Mama Duck also says, is it creepy that there are currently 66 souls viewing this right now? Oh, that's kind of weird, Mama Duck. Stephen Rocky Singleton says, I'm going to graduate college. Well, congratulations, Stephen Rocky Singleton. And Stephen Rocky Singleton says, I am Monster. And Tron Guy 77, greetings from Cali. Tron Guy 77, are you new to the channel? Because I swear we had another Tron Guy before. Are you new? Are you a new subscriber, Tron Guy 77? Your handle seems somewhat familiar to me, but it could have been a very similar handle to somebody else. But Tron Guy 77 says, greetings from Cali with the peace sign. Very cool. PC Gamerware says, at Mama Duck, it was scary, nice to see you. Theme Park Giant says 100% agree on the Guardians fun comment. I tell everyone it's the most fun you'll ever have on a roller coaster. Oh, didn't we talk about this Theme Park Giant the other day? Probably at Epcot. And we're in front of Cinderella Castle here at the Magic Kingdom. Jason Andrus says, is my partner here? I don't know. Okay, let me get out of the way here. We got a couple of strollers approaching me. Lila, I do believe Lila is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Lila, welcome in, welcome to the channel. And since Lila is a new subscriber, I popped up my subscribe banner. Let's look south here for a moment. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. And don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. But Lila, we go live 2 o'clock daily from the Walt Disney World Resort. Mama Duck says, hugs, haha, nice to see you too at PC Gamerware. Tron Guy 77 just stumbled on here, but prob a lot of Tron Guys. Yeah, I think that's the case, Tron Guy 77. Welcome in, thank you for subscribing. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Nice to meet you. This time says hello. And Jake Lunsford. Jake Lunsford says, we just passed you. Oh, really? Come say hi, Jake Lunsford. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. You just passed John with Fun to Be Free. But the reason why we're standing here in front of the castle, I wanted to essentially show you what we're dealing with, what the attendance looks like here in the hub, in the castle forecourt. All the guests that you see actually seated on the concrete, on the paving, appear to be waiting for the 8:30 p.m. Eastern showing of Happily Ever After, the fireworks, the pyro show that is going to display behind us. Let me turn the camera slowly so I don't get anybody seasick. But it will display on and above Cinderella Castle, of course, laser light projections, essentially using the castle as a background, a backdrop, a screen. But everybody in the chat's going, yeah, we know that, John. Just show the people. Just show the attendance. Show the crowd. Look at lots of people staked out, gathering their spots for 8:30 showing tonight. Happily Ever After. Let's head inside the hub. We will go say hi to the Walt and Mickey partner statue, and we'll get a closer look how crowded it is on the interior ring of the hub there. Mama Duck in the chat says, hi Lila, Tron77, this time, and Jake Lunsford with hands waving. Do 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 do. Love the audio, love the background loop.
Oh, the funnel thing's over there.
And Lila says, awesome view for fireworks. That's right, Lila. You could enjoy amazing views of the spectacle of the fireworks show this evening. Here, I'm going to get a little closer to Walt and Mickey, and we're going to pause here for just a second. Jake Lunsford said, in line for Haunted Mansion now. Oh, Jake Lunsford, come say hi. We'd love to meet you. So we'll continue walking around the area, just getting a little peek-see at what the attendance, the crowd levels look like before Happily Ever After this evening. I'm kind of walking around in a circle, turning on my access. I'm actually going to head a little south here. We're just surveying the area. We got lots of bubbles in the area, lots of bubbles. We also have a lot of Disney PhotoPass photographers wearing their green shirt costumes and blue pants as well. As everybody is well aware, there are a lot of guests that like to get their photos taken in front of the Walt and Mickey partner statue. Thank you for making the magic. And we got lots of tape on the ground as well. Everywhere we look, there is viewing areas depicted by tape on the asphalt, on the paving. Technically, it's not asphalt. It would be themed concrete, meant to mimic asphalt. Hello there, nice to see you. We have many groups taking photos in the area, of course. You can see all the yellow tape on the ground, on the concrete. It is quite windy and breezy. I'm actually thinking we should get towards, closer to the building so we have less wind gusts coming into the microphone. Oh, and Mufasa from Pride Rock, Ton. I can't see the chat cuts it off, but I got Mufasa from Pride Rock, Ton, Ton. Hello everyone, I do believe you're a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello Mufasa from Pride Rock, Ton, that's all I can see. It says hello everyone, and since you're a new subscriber, I'll pop up the subscribe banner up. Remember to smash that like button, comment, and of course, don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. And Chris Taylor in the chat, Chris Taylor says, watching live on a night shift from the UK, saving for the next trip. Awesome, Chris Taylor. So you save your pennies, and when you do, come to the Walt Disney World Resort. This guy, Jonna, with Fun to Be Free, will be broadcasting live, and then you can come meet me here, maybe at the Magic Kingdom, Chris Taylor. And Tron Guy 77 says, obligatory bubbles. Bubbles, bubbles, bubbles. We got bubbles in the area, lots of bubbles. It makes for great ambiance and true immersion here in me. Let me get over near the buildings. Hopefully we'll get out of the wind gust. It is getting really windy right now. I don't know if you could hear it on the microphone. I'm actually wearing a external microphone on a magnet. The magnet, of course, is dual layer, so there's a magnet behind my shirt and in front of my shirt as well. But on the actual external microphone is a dead cat, a wind muff, a windscreen, so it prevents the wind from actually entering the microphone. But nevertheless, the wind gusts were quite strong, so I'm not quite certain what you were hearing. But again, I want to stay out of the wind as much as possible. And Theme Park Giant says, Mansion looked great on the stream. Love that low light option on the Pocket 3. Oh yes, Theme Park Giant. Thank you for the update. Theme Park Giant says, Mansion looked great on the stream. Love that low light option on the Pocket 3. So for anybody new that's just joined us, my camera rig is a little out of the ordinary. It's actually two external cameras. One is a DJI Pocket 3 and the other one is a DJI Action 4, and they're sending wireless 1080p video to my streaming phone. A lot of the other streamers tend to use smartphones on gimbals, but John with Fun to Be Free is holding Frankenstein. That's what I call my camera rig, Frankenstein. In fact, look at the reflection in the glass. You can see that's what Frankenstein looks like. You get slight of an outline or a silhouette of it. It's very odd looking. Looks like I stitched it together and brought it back to life. And Corey's back in the chat. Corey, welcome back. Says, good evening, John and friends. Welcome in, Corey. Joe Mitchell Jr. says, thank you for great coverage. You're welcome, Joe Mitchell Jr. Thank you for being here. And we are now in Town Square, and I don't know if we missed it, or maybe I didn't see it, but all of the incandescent light bulbs are now on or displayed in the on position or emitting lights here on Main Street, USA. The sun is going down here in Central Florida. It is a beautiful day, even though it is a little windy and gusty. Where I'm standing now by Christmas Tree Point is not that bad with the wind at this very moment in time. But Tron Guy 77 says, it's alive, alive, that's right. Just like Young Frankenstein from Mel Brooks's classic, Young Frankenstein. With, of course, Gene Wilder, one of my personal favorite films, Tron Guy 77. So awesome, that film. Enjoy views, of course, of Cinderella Castle. I'm actually going to turn the camera around and we're going to look south. We're going to see what we're dealing with here in Town Square at Christmas Tree Point. There is the Walt Disney World Main Street Station just up ahead, and flanking it over to our right hand side is City Hall. Over in this direction now behind the firehouse is the sun setting. off in the distance. So neat, so cool. While we're here, let me take just a quick look at the Emporium. Of course, a retail merchandise location here on Main Street, USA. And I'll swing back. I made a full 360-degree turn. I hope I didn't make anybody seasick. But let's get back to the chat. Mufasa from Pride Rock says, bring back World of Motion. I agree, Mufasa. I agree, Mufasa from Pride Rock. Bring back World of Motion. They're probably stating that, oh, you're fine, no worries. They're probably stating that because my handle, my channel name is Fun to Be Free. And World of Motion at Epcot that closed in the mid-90s, of course, had a theme song. It's fun to be free, to be on the move. So that's my handle. It, of course, is mimicking It's Fun to Be Free theme song from World of Motion at Epcot. Thank you so much for bringing that up, Mufasa from Pride Rock. So what I want to do now is check the chat one last time. I'm going to pop up on Christmas Tree Point. So I'm standing on the sidewalk, on the curb, and you're still looking south, or I should say looking south once again. But Theme Park Giant says, putting on the Ritz, one of my favorite movies. Yes, good one, Theme Park Giant. That's awesome. That is awesome. So I'm going to flip the camera here. Don't get seasick. Oh, hello there, John with Fun to Be Free. We're coming to you live from the Magic Kingdom, and as it turns out, the sun is setting here in Central Florida, but sadly, we gotta go. So if you just joined us and you did miss it, once the live stream concludes in just a few moments here, go back, start this video over. We're gonna check out all the breaking news in regards to the rope drop procedures, early entry here at the Magic Kingdom, the 2025 edition. I offer family tips along with Tom Burker at DisneyTouristBlog.com to bring your family time savings here at the Magic Kingdom. So again, rope drop and early entry tips for families. Check it out. Start the live stream over as soon as it concludes. But I wanted to say thank you to all my new subscribers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I also want to say a big thank you to Scary Mary TV. Go check out Scary Mary TV on YouTube. Neri and Benny sent me a super chat earlier. Thank you again, I appreciate that. But we will be live streaming tomorrow at 2 o'clock, somewhere from the Walt Disney World Resort. I don't know where, I don't know what park. We'll see, I gotta check the breaking news. I gotta check all the socials, see what the hubbub is, all the chit chat and all, you know, all that good stuff before I actually select a park. But join me again tomorrow. Thanks for watching. We will see you soon. Take care. Have a great day. Bye-bye, everyone.